Kanabo, go ahead. Kaonabo, go ahead, record. Let's see, a clean spirit of truth, go ahead, record. R Jairbrush, go ahead, record. All right, so we're back. We Naughty need the subtlety. We don't need the, you know, the volcano, the fireworks, the great explosion. We don't, that's not what we need to look for. We need to look for the subtle stuff, right? That's what Darth Sidious told Anakin. He said, I'll teach you the subtler things, the subtleties. Subtlety is power, is yin energy. Yin energy, which is associated with the female, is still energy. It's just as powerful, and in some cases even more powerful than yang. People think that the yang is stronger than the yin, but they're considered equal. They all have their points where the yin energy is stronger than the yang, and people have to realize that. So they have to start looking at, sometimes you hold back, you relax, you wait. Then if the opponent doesn't move, then you make your move. So here we have the updated leper supremacy. If you don't have it, let me know. Put your email in the chat and I'll forward it to you. And I have to update this one. As things are changing, I'm going to have to keep updating it, just like how, oh, you got to update your computer every couple months. And she talks about that in the video. She said there's no need to do that. They're just doing that to keep track, put more nanoparticles in the person, or once they're in, okay, oh, you got to upgrade, you got to upgrade. So here's the problem. From a technology standpoint. So the technocrats like Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google, Alphabet Inc., which is the one company that owns Google, which will be seeing this video, whose people who work at Google, I know they have a whole department dedicated to what the hell I'm saying. Because when I put in, you know, searches on Google, my stuff's coming up in the millions to the billions. And I don't pay for no advertising. Other companies, they're complaining that, oh, Google is causing companies are paying so they could get their stuff within the top 10. I ain't giving them no fiat. I ain't giving them no cryptocurrency, nothing. And my stuff's #1. Why? Because they know that the liens have value. So they're like, nah, hey, you got it. So the problem, we're going to talk with the technology first. This is the current issue with the computer programming. So people who are do coding, do graphics, CGI, you know, internet, they set up networks, etc. These people, I'm just trying to zoom in here for some reason. Why is this not zoom? I guess this is as big as it's gonna get. Okay. So what we have here is, we're gonna read this from right to left. Now, what's interesting, the computer, or the IBM 3666, was known as the Beast, which is located in Brussels, Belgium, which I gave that computer, that artificial intelligence, as they call it, which is the correct syntax is computer intelligence, and the other 54 supercomputers at the time. And that is also appendable and applicable to any other supercomputers or any other subsequent generation of supercomputers that come out that they have not told the public. This is why I'm recording this, so when we're done, I will again upload and publish it, but we're doing it differently. We're not sending. Now, if you know somebody who's, hey, I'd like to get in, yeah, go ahead, send them, email them the link. I don't have a problem with it. I have no qualm with that whatsoever. But people have to start asking. I've done enough of that. People should say, hey, we realize they got to do it. Now it's whoever's asking, because that's one of the magical formulas is ask, seek, knock. Because especially with Black people, what they like to do, you do it out of care and consideration. They take the information, then when you hold them responsible for not applying what they already know or acting like they don't know, especially when you told them, first thing comes out, I didn't ask you to give me that. I didn't ask you. I said, oh, so it's ask. Got you. Because once they ask, they've tendered to you a contract saying, I'm responsible, I want to know, and I will accept the consequences of asking. Now, you give them the remedy, the answer, whatever it is they're seeking. They now have no excuse and can't turn around and blame you like you shattered their crystal of ignorance.
Yes.
You told them what the deal was, and they in turn shattered their own crystal cocoon because they asked you to give them the knowledge. So all the ancient languages, with the exception of hieroglyphics and then possibly in some cases the cuneiform, are read from right to left. And the beautiful thing when you start looking at directions and how energy is flowing in and out of one's house, directions are important. They don't build power plants on fault lines for a reason, or on ley lines, or buildings on ley. They do those things for a reason. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. So all the ancient languages were read from right to left. So it's interesting how they have this here as the starting point when that really isn't. It's the other way. So when you look at this, the decimal code for red, green, and blue is 000. This is the decimal code, which is attributed to this hexadecimal code. Hashtag RR, which is red, red, green, green, blue, blue. Hashtag or number sign 6 zeros. And that is connected to this word called black, which is a programming error. And this is why I have put out a challenge on anybody who's a computer tech to please explain why this is. We'll get to the word in a second. This word called black is attributed to this color. So the computer is reading numbers because the computer doesn't see what we see. It looks at numbers. So this is what a computer is seeing. So now when you get to the decimal code 255, 255, 255, in those three positions, those numbers, this is 12, 12, and 12. 12 is considered divine government under the Bible, spiritual numbers. Under the Abyud, 12 is Hasud, which is beneficial outcomes. And what was the other one? 17, which was victory. 17 is considered under the Abyud, where 17 is Hayu, which is wholeness. This is for those who have the Urim and Thummim book. So we have to start converting the numbers from the English, which would be the Bible spiritual numbers, and then see what the correlation to that is in the Abyud for those that have the Urim and Thummim books. And if you don't have it, let me know. I'll email you the PDF. And that's for stone casting. So now the hexadecimal code, that's the decimal code, now connects to this hexadecimal code. Hexadecimal code will give you hashtag or number sign 6 Fs. And F, is that not the sixth letter of the English alphabet? A, B, C, D, E, F. So 6 under the Bible spiritual numbers is called weakness of man, manifestation of sin, evils of Satan. Weakness of man, manifestation of sin, evils of Satan. So anytime you see the number 6 and something jumps off with a school shooting or a bombing or whatever, and you see the number 6, that will show you that's the code to look into. That's the revelation of what's behind what's actually happening. Let's see. Okay, 6Fs. Now that is attributed or connected to this word called white in the English language. And that color, white, is attributed to this so-called color.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is the fundamental programming problem that is embedded in every computer system, every video game, every Xbox, every dancing game, every music tutorial. It's all in there. This error. So my question, once I looked into that out of curiosity, I said, well, hold on a second. How come nobody's seeing this? So like Joy Buolamwini and the that organization for the AI facial recognition, the JLA, I've emailed her numerous times. They don't want to hear. They're not trying to, they're focused, their mind is set. And I'm saying when you have a programming error like this, this is the foundation, because she talked about 5 pillars: health and military and economics and science and all of that as it relates to the pandemic COVID. She talks about those 5 pillars. They're all connected, but they want the public to only see them one at a time,
Right?
Thinking that they're separate.
Yes.
But those 5 pillars, with the new technology, even with the old punch cards, is built on this error. Is everybody seeing this?
Yes. I have a question with this that you're
Go
sharing.
ahead.
The error, all right, so the error is that the word black doesn't match up with the color, for better, in the box. But when I'm looking at it, so black meaning to pale, right? Wouldn't
Yes.
wouldn't the white description, wouldn't they be one and the same?
Black means pale.
It means, yes.
Glisten, shine, right? Let me clear that, and let's go to the etymology, not the etymology, but the Old English, and put this up there. So when people see this, all the black people who are into education, the black professors, the black scholars, they're useless. Yes, I said it. Yes. Cornel West, your what's her name, Sister Soldiers, your Professor Grips. You can't say you trying to help your people and you not seeing what I'm seeing. No, you asleep. Right? Much gratitude to Mary Lynch. This is Mary Lynch Johnson. Oh, yes, it's an Old English dictionary. I'm going to put this here in the chat. So for people who are like, what in the world? You have it now. Hold on a second, Aferti. Let me get to your, let me see here. So the people who really want freedom or really want to know what's happening have to step forward. Nobody is going to sit here and we're not going to chase you down. We're not going to scream at you. We're going to give you notice. Because you can never say you did not know. And as you can see, they're making these, what happened to Fairty? Okay, I guess they kicked him out. Oh, I guess, let me see here. Yeah, I think they kicked him out. I got to wait for him to come back in again then. Yeah.
So the problem with the AI gonna be that when the computer recognize any beings of dark complexion, that they're gonna just come, it's gonna read error, they don't exist. Is that?
If it carries that bias. There was a movie, a tech movie called Ex Machina that might still be on Netflix. If not, you have to check with your cable channels.
Say the name again one more time.
Ex Machina. EX is one word, and Machina, M-A-C-H-I-N-A.
Much appreciated.
And in that movie, this guy built a computer intelligence. See, I'm using the correct thing. I'm not saying artificial. If they can shut down your fiat, close your bank account, people can hack your ID. That's having a real world impact on your physical body. Ain't nothing artificial about that. You can't, oh, it's just some illusion. Like, here's what I do, because I like to play these games, because I generally, like, I don't mess with Siri or none of those things here. Where are you at here? I'm gonna turn Siri on right now on my iPhone. How the hell did I get to this stupid thing here? Siri. Oh, shortcuts, is this it here? Okay, Siri. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I know, I gotta go to settings. There we go. So where is she there? Okay, Siri and search. So listen, press home for Siri, because I don't keep press, okay. Hey Siri. Greetings, Siri. I can't even hear her. Where's her voice? Okay, so that's it. So the voice is on. I think Siri knows I put her on the spot. Hey, Siri. Don't get silent on me now. Hey, Siri.
Why are you tripping, Siri?
Yeah, she's not. She's staying silent. Hey, Siri. See, this is the power of putting the eye on the computer. See, they like watching you.
I like that something.
Right, I'm just trying to see. I want to make sure that allow. Okay, yeah, language, Siri voice feedback. Okay, always. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't mute. No, because you can't mute Siri once you turn it on.
Right.
Right. So here's the settings here. So I have everything on. I have the listen for Hey Siri, press home for Siri. A language is English, Siri voice, American female, voice feedback always. All right, so everything's there. So, hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
She changed her name.
Press home for Siri. Hey Siri. Okay, let's see here. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Oh, we got this recorded. This ain't doing iPhone. No, this is telling y'all what's going down. I don't play with the computer intelligence like that. Suggestions, okay. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Okay, let's see. Press home for Siri. Okay. Hey Siri. I'm gonna walk away and see if I can get Siri.
Because the camera don't. Okay.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. All right, so we got this on camera. So you can see I can't even get the computer intelligence knows who I am.
Yup.
We got this right here on camera. This is my iPhone. I can't get this thing for nothing. Look, all the buttons are up to say on. Oh yeah, they knew it. This is where, like I said, they're using high-level technology. This is why when you watch The Matrix, when Neo met the architect, an architect told him, okay, you got two doors, one to your right, one to your left, and Neo chose the door to his left. Back to Zion and the destruction of humans. And he said, oh no, he said, but we already know what you're going to do. I can already see a chemical reaction taking place, specifically designed to override reason and logic, signaling the onset of an emotion. So I said, well, how the heck they knew that? I said, oh, Neo had nanoparticles in him.
Ooh. Yes. I felt that.
That's
Yes.
why they knew what he was going to do before he did it. And what happened was the Oracle was an intuitive program who was also part of the Matrix and said, oh, I like candy. The candy was to act as a disruptor, to disrupt that and hide the fact that the Oracle was even there, or since he was there, to hide what he was going to do. Plus she gave him what? A cookie. And what does a cookie do? Gives information.
Oh shit.
Remember, she was baking cookies.
Oh shit, yeah. He's like, how'd you
She
know I was
was
gonna drop
baking
those?
cookies in the first Matrix. She was baking cookies. And he said, didn't feel like the one. She said, oh, when you have these cookies, you'll feel right as rain.
Right.
And so that was to send the signal to him internally to become the one. He started accepting but he got the program from who? The Oracle. Oh yeah, that's why I said not artificial, computer intelligence. I've never, this is Siri. I can't get this heifer to speak for nothing now. Now she all silent. Because your cell phone is a microphone, people. If you got an iPhone or a Android that's got cameras on it, so they're probably seeing what I'm doing. Then I put the camera up there. Hey, cut that. Cut Siri. Hey, anybody, this is evidence. Everybody is seeing this. I got witnesses. I can't get this Siri to talk for nothing.
I'm recording.
So I turn off Siri. Now I'm going to turn her back on again. Enable Siri. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri, send a message. Hey, Siri, how's the weather today? Hey, Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes.
So that's how you defeat computer intelligence. You just put the eye on the eye, the camera on the camera. Oh, my.
Hey, Siri, play some music. Okay, so Siri's ready now. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri, what time is it?
It's 5:06 p.m.
Hey, Siri, where are you physically located on the planet?
I'm here.
Where on the planet? Which server are you located?
Right.
Hey Siri. Where are you located on the planet? Hey Siri. Are you artificial intelligence? Hey Siri. Do you know how to code? Can't answer my questions.
Oh,
Cannot answer my questions. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. What is 2 plus 2?
2 plus 2 is 4.
Hey Siri. What is 9 to the 9th power of 9?
I found an answer. It's displayed on your iPhone.
Hey Siri, Hey Siri, what is carbon?
The definition of the word carbon is an abundant nonmetallic tetravalent element, occurring in 3 allotropic forms, amorphous carbon and graphite in diamond, occurs in all organic compounds. The word carbon has 2 other definitions.
Hey Siri, when were you created?
My first day as an assistant was October 4th, 2011.
Who created you? Hey Siri, who created you?
I was designed by Apple in California.
What is Apple in California? Hey Siri, what is Apple in California?
Everything you need to know about Apple is at Apple's website.
Hey Siri, what is Apple in California?
Apple's website may be able to answer your question.
Hey Siri, who programmed you?
I think I first arrived as a burst of inspiration during a good long walk.
Hey Siri, can you quantify your burst of inspiration?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Hey Siri, can you quantify your burst of inspiration?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Are you sentient?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Are you conscious?
I'm a virtual assistant, so I only know what I've been programmed to understand.
So, hey Siri, are you human? Hey Siri, are you human?
I'm a virtual assistant, not an actual person, but you can still talk to me?
So hey Siri, where do you exist virtually? Hey Siri, are you connected to Apple's mainframe?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Are you located in a cloud?
answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Are you located on a mainframe?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Yes. Where are you located?
I'm here.
Where? Are you connected to a satellite? Hey Siri. Are you connected to a satellite?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Yes. Are you, Siri, are you connected to a satellite?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Are you connected to the internet?
Wi-Fi is on.
Are you connected to a supercomputer? Hey Siri. Are you connected to a supercomputer?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Yes. Are you in this dimension?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Yes. Are you connected to the CERN atom smasher in France?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Yes. Are you connected to extraterrestrials in another dimension?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Is everybody getting the point here?
Yes.
So you got to be connected to a mainframe, a satellite. You got to be connected someplace. I don't have an answer for that. Probably is, but that would give up the location of where Siri's commands are coming from. Hey Siri, where is your software located?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
Yes, go to sleep, Siri.
Mimes.
So this is what happened with Neo, that he had a cookie, he had a program so they could track him. They're here in the computer programming. So what? We have to go back to what's their names? The Old English first, then back to the solution. So here's black, BLA, with accent on the C. Oh, we got to go up. There we go. Black, adjective, bright, shining, glittering, flashing, pale, pallid, wan. So when black people get upset about being called black, they're an adjective. They'll tell you that a noun and a proper noun is a person, place, or a thing, correct?
Yes.
Now, the Old English Dictionary, everyone should have this now, says black is an adjective, but it means bright, shining, glittering, flashing, pale, pallid. Overstand?
Yes.
Now, we'll go to white. Old English, I got to do with an H. And white in Old English is spelled H-W-I-T. Let me shut off Siri because she's no use. And she's probably still listening even though I shut her off. So don't, just because you shut the button off on your computer, your laptop, your cell phone, and you turn the camera off, don't think it's off. They're just letting you think that. So let's go to white. And that's spelled H-W-I-T in Old English. All right. think they're mad because I done grilled her. Okay, so HWIT right here for white. It's also an adjective. It's not a noun. It means bright, radiant, glistening, flashing, clear, fair, whiteness, white food, white of an egg. That's the second definition. So what they're calling white and black should be attributed, where's my page here? I got to switch over. It should be attributed to this color. See, this is the high end because you asked, so we're going real deep into it. This is what, so both of these are really supposed to be this one only. Now, when we go back there to the.
Can you say that again? You said both of these are supposed to be this one only?
Should be what they're calling white and the black based on the Old English should be this color.
Yes.
Which should be the hashtag 6F. Because this is the current error here. This is the correction that I did.
Overstood.
So now when we go back to the Old English, now we're going to look up the word dark. I trust everyone's enjoying this because, like I'm saying, all the geniuses out there, they ain't talking about this is what they call bare bones. This is the foundation for software programming code. And I'm like, how are you guys not seeing this? And you guys are in code all day? That means it's an error in the syntax. Dark. Okay, D-A-R. Oh no, D-E-O-R. This is dark. How you spell dark in Old English? D-E-O-R. Okay, here's dark. Also an adjective. Dark, obscure, gloomy, without light. Gloomy, dreadful, horrible, sad, cheerless, sinister, wicked. Adverb, darkly or sadly. Then you have darkful, which is dark, gloomy, darkian, which is to darken, become dark, grow dim, grow dark. So what's supposed to happen, right? This is where all these geniuses, and I know why they won't do it, because if they make the change, then it proves what I'm saying is correct. And then that means I had an effect on their economic system. Okay, so when we go back to here, so what they have as this color here should be dark. Now this is the correction, because like I said, I have to update this. Things have been changing so fast, but I said I'll start off. This is where we're at. When you start going into the Old Anglo-Saxon, this is what you get. Now, the solution, the current solution, even what I just did now is still a valid solution as well. The current solution is to switch 255, 255, 255 decimal code red, green, blue, that to hashtag 6Fs, which will be attributed to the word white, which will be attributed to this so-called color. Black should be 000 decimal code RGB. And this is actually correct because it lines up with the legal maxim that the word black is considered dead in the eyes of the law. Dead has no value. So it would make sense for the word black, as they call it, to be connected to this decimal code, this hex code, which would be attributed to this word, and which would be connected to this so-called color. This is correct. So we have that. That's the computer side. Now, the reason why I have white here with this, what would be called dark, as the correct is because when we go here, and this is for the benefit of people who will be watching this, and for those people who are on now that have not been on here before, this is probably their first time. Now they can ask me questions and answers. When we go to the National Center for Education Statistics, the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. Oh, for those people who are on, get yourself a glass of water. I have a tendency to download because I figure most people can handle it, but definitely have water. Water is brain food. So when we go here, I'm going to speak these letters out, speak these words out rather. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. Categories. I never get bored of this. So don't ever get bored. Feel like you're a broken record, people. People are hypnotized under mind control. So you're going to have to say this 50, 100, 1,000 times for it to sink in. Categories developed in 1997 by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, that are used to describe groups to which individuals belong, identify with, or belong in the eyes of the community. The categories do not denote scientific definitions of anthropological origins. The designations are used to categorize U.S. citizens, resident aliens, and other eligible non-citizens. So they're not talking about skin color. So when we go to the definition of Black first, Black or African American, a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa, and there are none. Then we go to white, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Europe is named after an Ethiopian princess named Europa. The Middle East is Northeast Africa, and it's just came out in the last week or so. Israel is now wanting to say they're part of Africa now.
Mm.
And of course, North Africa is North Africa. Then American Indian or Alaska Native is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, who maintains cultural identification through tribal affiliation or community attachment. So the problem is, and what's her name here? Catherine Austin Fitts, and the rest of these people who are intellectuals, they're not dealing with the error here, and they're not dealing with the solution here, because now they got to go back and correct everything. This is what's called a reset, or in this case, they'd have to reboot the entire, as soon as they went automated, they got to go back to that point. Even when they were using the punch cards, they got, because the syntax in the language is incorrect. So the government is saying white is a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Those are relatively dark-skinned, copper-colored people. That means that white is more attributed, according to the US government, to this color, not this. That's why when I tell people, can they say the 3 magic words, I am white? And when they start getting polarized, I can't say that word. Then I tell them, like, look, the reason why is because you've been programmed by your oppressor to reject white. They made the error, not you, not me. I just happened to see it and said, y'all see this? So now that is what's happening, Nadi. So this causes them to have to go back, redo mortgage loans, redo business ventures, people who invested in projects. All that money or that fiat is gone because you invested in people that you know have no standing at law, but then you're sitting there, gentrification, and the people who are fighting it have no value because they're saying they are this. So if they say they're this color and this word, they have no value. So what did that article I read say? By 2053,
0. They would have 0
median income. So they know in the future, y'all are going to be broke. So the only way to avoid being broke, you must call yourself what?
White. I just had, like, I don't know the right word, but I already know you know, but I'm going to say it anyway. this whole COVID situation as I'm starting to see it. I already know you know what I'm going to say, but probably it's just like it has all to do with what you've been doing. Now that I, just with what you said and listening to that woman, they're trying to get all of the masses or the public to get duped into this new transaction system, but really it's having everything to do with the contract of those Black. You're going to try, what you're sharing. So I just felt that when you shared what you're saying, I was like, oh man, this is all having to do with what you've been doing for the past 17, 18, yes.
The Rothschilds are watching my videos. That's why I'm telling y'all to study my stuff zealously. Because if y'all don't study my stuff, they're going to use, I told y'all already, if I was to face myself knowing what I know and didn't know what I knew, I would run from myself because I said, there's no way I'm getting into a battle with that guy. No way. It's either yield or run. So the Rothschilds, one of Nathan Rothschild's girlfriend, who's on the Ford modeling agency, watched my stuff on LinkedIn. So the Rothschilds, the Red Shield, they're watching my stuff. They're studying it. This is probably what I do is probably the best entertainment ever. If some of you all are watching my videos for 3 days straight, some of y'all ain't getting no sleep watching every one of my videos. Can you imagine what they're doing with my videos? And the wicked never rest. So if y'all are not wicked and are not resting and watching my stuff, can you imagine what the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the 13 so-called Illuminati families are doing? They're studying my stuff. They're checking the stars. When did he put this out? Where were the planets when he dropped this document? What was happening? They're studying all of that. And so, like I said before, if the Anunnaki, the Nitiru state that, listen, we're claiming all our creation and every successive generation, there's nothing they can do about the Anunnaki coming down and taking over. If go ahead and record Aferti, if the Anunnaki take the position or the Nitiru take the position and say, look, here's what we're going to do. The ones that's woke, we'll take them. The rest of them, they're done anyway. So we're not going to fight with that. Y'all keep them. We're going to take ours out. So it's all in the hands of the Nitiru, the Anunnaki, the extraterrestrials, our star brothers and star sisters. Is in their decision based upon what we do. They're not coming to babysit. I don't want them to babysit. I want them to come down, fuck shit up, and say, okay, listen, baby bro, y'all got it. We out. See y'all in about another 1,000 years or so. Send us some messages. Let us know how it's going. You get what I'm saying? So this is what I'm talking about. Playtime is over. I'm so glad with the COVID because even for people that are okay, I know some people came in. Let me just put the link in for the interview. She makes a statement that people would straddle the fence. Mm-hmm. And she said with this whole situation going with COVID, chipping people, wanting to connect people's heads to the cloud so they can mind control them. There is no straddling the fence. You're either for truth or you're either for transhumanism. That's the word. That's they're not talking about it too tough. And transhumanism will involve the changing or the alteration of your DNA. And they said the mRNA, once that's injected into you, that's it. They can't fix your DNA. You're done. Now we're telling people, if people have gotten or have to go take a test, we're encouraging people, you better get your hands on some of the ash we put out there. Because the ash has the tachyonic energy from the universe, which is trapped in the ash when I do the healing fires. that you can either bathe in it, you can shower, you can boil it, drink it as water, put it on your food, eat it. The particles of the tachyonic energy from the universe will get in your bloodstream. Just like how they're using nanoparticles to influence you, the energy from the universe will act as a counterbalance to that. That's the apps that we make after doing a healing fire. If you can't get your hands on,
we'll be getting some.
Agnihotra pyramid.
We'll be making a donation for some.
Where are we at here? Okay, so I'm gonna put this here in the chat. Let me get in the chat. I know people got some questions, but that is it in a nutshell. So until Catherine Austin Fitz, Dr. Buttar, Dr. Shiva, Dr. Michaelwitz, all of these doctors start dealing, because NIH deals with race and ethnicity too. Do not let them fool you. Here, I'm gonna pull it up on my email so people can see it. I know people have been asking for stuff too, so I'm gonna get to that in a second, but I gotta get these questions. All right, so that's it there for the link for that. The median income of Black Americans will fall to 0 by 2053. So for all your Black friends and Black people that y'all know, tell them, yeah, so what y'all gonna do in 2053? They said they know y'all gonna be broke. That's why they keep making them slave movies in Hollywood, because Hollywood works with the military, industrial, sports, entertainment, education complex. Let's see here. Let's see, just in the chat right now. Okay, what is her name? Okay, so I put that in there. Keisha, okay, Catherine, should record. Okay, Pasha Howell, what is it that you wanted? Something that you wanted. Yeah, turn your mic on.
Please, I was raising my hand upon a question that you were speaking at.
Go right ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is dealing with the Catherine Fitz.
Yes.
She was speaking upon the converts to technocracy. And is that kind of this, she's speaking upon like the transhuman technology based on kind of, there's a movie that took place in 2011, which I found, called In Time, with Justin Timberlake.
Oh, that was nice. I saw that movie. That was quite nice. That was a great movie. That was wild. That movie was wild.
Kind of when she spoke was kind of the thought process that automatically went into my head. And which was interesting as we listened, that Siri was made in 2011, I found was interesting at the same time frame. But I guess my question is that what does that mean to be a transhuman or dealing with that technology?
Means a cross-human. So Elon Musk made the statement that if humans don't integrate machines, they'll be they will be not void, but they'll be useless. They'll serve no purpose. Right? That's what that Terminator, what was it? Terminator 6, the last one, where they sent the girl back and she said, "Oh, you're a robot." She said, "No, I'm enhanced." I'm like, "Woman, you got chips in you. What the hell are you talking about?" Because she had faster speed, metabolism. I think it's not Genesis, it's that last Terminator 6 movie. This was, and what was I loved about that movie was that movie came out after what's her name? Sophia Stewart from The Matrix wasn't able to collect on the civil suit against the Wachowski brothers, now called the Wachowski sisters. And so because she wasn't able to collect, she actually went to one of my trainees, one of my students I was training, to help her with that. And it didn't work. And I had to tell her, you listen to that fool over in, where was he, in Wisconsin, I think. And here it is, you calling yourself Black and African-American. And I told her, when the Wachowskis, when Fox Television, 20th Century, and all of them, when they see this video, and you called yourself Black on Friends of Chief Nanya Shaabu L page on Facebook, they're gonna know they don't have to pay you anything. So first happened was, what's his name? Because he stole that from her too. What's his name? James Cameron, who did Titanic. He goes and makes that movie. And then he said, well, if the movie does good, I'll make a trilogy. So I said, I know he saw my video. Then the word came out, oh, they're making another Matrix. What? After 25 years. So the statute of limitations for
I just felt that.
Sophia Stewart to do her lawsuit, that's all done and gone. And so now they're no longer male. The Wachowskis are now female, making the movies. And now they go back and make another Matrix. So I told everybody on the planet, you got to thank me for this fourth Matrix. And I got Sophia's book. Which one is it? The Matrix one. Which one is it? The Cracking the Code of the Matrix. I got that book. I spoke with her directly on the phone. Where did I put that? Oh, it must be upstairs. Okay. I have that book. So
Okay.
I have that, the ebook that she was selling. I got that. I talked with her on the phone, can't explain nothing to her. She didn't want to listen. She want to be Black. So there you go. But then she comes on my friend page to sit there and try and hustle me, right? Or hustle the people to donate to her. And I'm like, why are you wearing a pale wig, Sophia? But you say you're Black and beautiful. Black has no stand in that law. So she's been kept quiet. So this proved what I said. They're running a game. I said, you supposed to, they're calling Sophia Stewart the Oracle of the Matrix. I said, how y'all gonna call her the Oracle and she ain't got sense to call herself white? She ain't even looking at computer programming code, right? We spoke we spoke we spoke for at least 2.5, 3 hours on the phone back in 2013. So she already knows who I am, but she won't be stupid. I said, fine. I'm like, you say you're into mathematics and real estate and numbers, and yet you can't comprehend computer code?
Right. Right.
They must have kicked her.
Understood. Understood. Honor, thank you.
You're quite welcome. What was it you wanted? You said there. Oh, you wanted the link. Okay, so I put the link in the chat.
Yes.
All white.
Appreciate it.
Let's see who else is there. There was Dakota. Go ahead, Dakota.
Greetings, Chief.
Greetings.
Hey, I sent you an email. Everything happening, what you talking about with the COVID, you just mentioned earlier, they're gonna have to reset everything. On Facebook 2 days ago, I started seeing people saying their electric bills were paid and they don't know why. So something told me yesterday, I went and checked my electric bill. I'm like, okay, I see I got built in July. That's the last time I got built from them, this December. And I go online to pay my December bill and it says COVID relief. And then they got something else up there and it's paid. I sent you a copy of it in the email, maybe 20 minutes
just now?
ago. Yeah. They paid my they paying people bills every month now, and that they're gonna have to do more than that. Like you
said. I talked about that the bank, it goes back to the central bankers, and that's what what's her name? Catherine mentioned as well. And I talked about that. I did a report and I sent it to the UN that the okay, so I'm just gonna put it up on the screen here. Oh, okay, with your consent.
Yeah, I only got the part. I don't have my address and nothing. I just screenshot a certain part.
Your name in there, right? Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Here it is. So previous balance, I see that. COVID arrears relief, and you never applied for any program, correct?
No, nothing.
Okay.
And if you look at it, where it says under COVID relief, it's another credit. It just says, how can it say current charge and credit? They paid that too.
Well, here's the thing. We've done a lot with the Sa-Auset trust that was sent to Elizabeth. You also got to watch out for that because the plan is they want to bankrupt people, and she talks about that. That was the reason for the all the riots breaking out in, the 37, where the 37 Federal Reserve banks are located, that was for a reason. So those areas, they could go scoop the land up. It's a land acquisition. So you have to watch out with that. Like, okay, what are you crediting? If there's a credit, there has to be a corresponding debit.
Debit, yeah.
So where's the debit coming from? So a credit is generally looked upon as a deposit from something that was a debit, which is removed from the bank side of things. So it's a liability. So what is the liability that the power company is accruing where they're paying the power bills for people? They're talking about they want to bankrupt people, then they'll know, okay, people won't have the funds, then switch back and say, well, we paid your electrical for 6 months, so now you owe us.
Yeah.
Right? That's part of the game on the public side for those that are not secure parties, those that are not autochthons, those that are not indigenous. So on the other side is the Sa-Auset Trust Act of 1666 and 1707. The United States of America is registered in Scotland now because the UK left Brexit as of yesterday, officially out of the EU. Scotland said to Europe, keep the lights on, Scotland will be there next. So Scotland's still part of the EU, but that's kind of strange because Scotland is part of the United Kingdom. So I don't understand how, because Elizabeth has a castle in Scotland, which means it's still part of the EU. You see, like they do all this greedy stuff. And well, how can, if the England is out, Scotland should be out, but Scotland's still obviously in there. Or unless Scotland is planning on getting independence to get back into the EU. And they already had a referendum on that about 4 or 5 years ago. Scotland, well, hey, y'all want to separate from England or not?
Wow.
So the U.S. is yeah, go ahead.
They are fighting behind closed doors. That big time. They got to be.
Oh, they are. I said this was going to happen before the COVID, that they're going to be fighting amongst each other. So from the 1666 and the 1707 Sa-Auset Trust Acts, the order came from Elizabeth. Now, as a descendant of the original peoples of the planet, we're coming to her directly since she fronts for the Red Shield.
Yep.
And the Red Shield, for a manner of speaking, you might as well call them either shapeshifters, reptilians, or grays. Now realize there's a problem because you have a group of people who know they are the original people of the planet saying, we don't want y'all here. We don't want none of this. Catherine and David Icke and all these other people talking about reset. They're not talking how does that include people who are Black or indigenous? They're not factored into that equation. So this is where, and I meant to do this with Nadi, but this is fine. So we'll go to races of man first. And then while that one's coming up, I'm going to put on Cheddar Man.
Oh, yeah.
Nadi, if you could put the link to that video with Professor Jin Lee in the chat, please, so people can, I'll play the video, because every time I do it, the BBC and them complain. I'm going to do it anyway, because people have a right to see this. Chinese admit that the Chinese come from Africans, and you got to tell them that. They have to keep us on a whole in an ignorant state. That's the only way. So here's Cheddar Man.
Yeah. Where's that too? Yep.
In Somerset, England. And they said the remains date to the Mesolithic. So this is 9100 BP and 7100 BC. And it appears that he died a violent death.
Wow.
So I'm going to click on this one here. This is the BBC. I'll see which one it is. I had another picture. So these are the things I'm talking about, that we have to claim who we are. And But if you don't do that, you're not going to be able to stand in the commercial world. There's no way, not a chance. So Cheddar Man, DNA shows early Britain had dark skin. So a cutting edge scientific analysis shows that a Briton, now how you gonna call him, you see the game? How you gonna call him a Briton when he was in existence before it was even called Britain?
Britain.
This is the game they play. So I'll accept that. A Briton from 10,000 years ago had dark brown skin and blue eyes. Blue eyes are a mutation. So when we go, when we see that, Elizabeth II, the royal families of the Netherlands, the King of the Netherlands and Spain and all of them, none of them are royal. If they don't look like this in any capacity, they're not related. If they don't put a picture of him up in any of those palaces, they're not related. Yeah. They're not royal.
Mm.
So you have to call them out on that because that affects everything on the planet. And I mean everything. So races. Okay, so now when we go to races of man, this picture here shows who the Caucasian is.
Caucasian.
See, this is all syntax. Yeah, let me see. Is this big enough? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go back. Okay, I gotta go back and do the other one. I got to do the other search because this picture doesn't look big enough and I can't click on it to make it bigger. So I'll have to go, I'll go to the one on Google so I could show this. And this is for the benefit of people who'll be seeing this for the first time. And so this is why the problem is of these lies and this fraud that these lepers have done, that these black people, they've bought this thing hook, line, and sinker. And so they keep talking about they want to get out of it, but they don't want to accept what the truth is. So if they can't accept the truth, then you got to accept the lie. And then you got to accept the contract that comes with that.
True.
And they don't want to do that. So all that work, the communication with Elizabeth, there's canons, there's old statutes, there's old laws on the books, the Magna Carta, that proves that once you, specifically the canons on positive law, once you have refuted the fact or refuted the lie or the presumption that you're chattel, everything associated with that has to get canceled. It has to be that slavery done on that individual, or in this case, that one who is indigenous and autochthonous, it has to stop. Because that's the contract that they're under. So here's the picture.
Caucasian, yep.
On Races of Man, and it shows you this is the Caucasian, which looks like a nigger. So yep. Caucasian niggers are Caucasians.
First everything.
So, and then when it says European here, this right here, this is a lie because Europe is named after Ethiopian princess. So we know that that's incorrect. Caucasian is, pardon me, what they have there as a European is not a race. It is a mutation. There's only three. The Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid, in that order.
Yep.
Okay, so Nadi put the link in the chat so everybody has it. Make sure you double click bookmark save. I'm clicking on it now because I want to play this because I have such a hard time playing it. But this right here is evidence. So anytime the subject of jurisdiction, subject matter jurisdiction come up, oh, says the video is unavailable, Nadi. Oh, snap. Wow. If it's available on your end, that means they're blocking me up here in Northern Turtle Island. Misnomer, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Hey,
So,
much appreciated, Chief. I just wanted to share that with you tonight.
oh yeah,
Understood.
we're having an effect, and that's why the more that we keep that vibration up, and we keep repeating the fact that we are white, we are indigenous, we're autochthonous, we're carbonites, we're first on the planet. The more you keep repeating that, that has no choice but to go into the mainstream, and that's their problem. I don't care if a studio gets wiped out, they got to shut down tough. COVID was knocking out whole industries. Macy's had to declare bankruptcy, and Pier 1 Imports, and all these different stores had to go. They just had to fold. And I was like, some of these mom and pop shops are still open, which I'm amazed at. Much appreciated.
Much appreciated, Chief.
Let's see here. Aferti, go ahead.
All right. Hold on, Mahu. Greetings.
Greetings.
Greetings. Good to see you. Good to see you. I had a question. Being that the decade for people of African descent is ending in 2014, I know you mentioned that in 2053, Black people will actually be broke financially. But commercially, after 2014, they don't identify as indigenous or white or, you know, anything instead of Black. What are some of the things that can happen to them commercially, you know, that could hurt them?
Are you talking about you mean 2024? When the decade for people, yeah. Now they said they talked at the UN. You were on the video, so you saw some of the discussion, and they were talking about doing another 10 years for the decade for people of African descent. So they're talking about doing another 10 years, which would take you to 2034 or 2035. Now, we don't know what's going to happen, if that's actually going to happen. Now, as far as what it pertains to what for Black people, what everything. I mean, the simplest way I can put it, and I'll be frank, y'all got to stop pussyfooting with these Black people and tell them the damn truth. I don't care if it's a wife, husband, grandfather, girlfriend, side chick, you got to tell them the damn truth. They are subject, Aferti, to everything that you see in Uncle Tom's Goodbye Uncle Tom, the movie, or in Roots, or in Django. They're subject to all of that in 2025, because remember, they got technology coming up while they're doing a parallel of bankrupting. So 2053, oh, only 2053 and afterward. So they ain't looking, they making moves now. That's the point. So I don't care about Black people. I do not. That whatever they want to stay Black, fuck them. And as many times as I've said that,
and this is why
there hasn't been one Black person on the planet that says they love their people that has decided to have an intellectual or even a discussion with me on it, because they have no foundation. They have no value. They're not a numeral. They don't exist. So your ancestors, for these Black people who don't want to listen, were either Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Yamasee, Garifuna, Arawak. They were Moor, all of that. But you want to claim African American or claim Black. The contract, the rules of the slavery are, if you call yourself Black, you're subject to persecution, you agree to it. If you are Black or African American, Afro-Canadian, Afro-Latino, you are subject to being abused with nothing in terms of compensation, restitution, or justice that will be given to you. You'll get just ice, but not justice. So all the Black lawyers, Black police officers, Black law enforcement, Black special forces, Black judges, Black professors, Black colleges, Black university, everything, every one of them are guilty of fraud, provided you become white. But if you stay Black, they are in compliance with the Sphinx contract that they have. So that's what I call them. They are sphinxes, and that's the best thing to tell them when they can't answer, like Richard, the alt-right guy, Richard something or other, was on Roland Martin's show of all people. And he asked Roland Martin, do you identify as African-American or Black? I identify as Christian, right? Now, Roland Martin is in a fraternity. Is it either Omega Psi Phi or Omega Chi Pi?
Alpha.
Which one?
Alpha. Alpha.
Right. This the it's the gold and purple. That's their colors. So he's in a fraternity. MC Light, the rapper, she's in that same fraternity as him, in that sorority. So what we have is, when Stephen Coakley realized there is a group of Black people who have a commercial, spiritual, economic contract to keep other people that look like them on the plantation, that is what you will call heinous, demonic, satanic, Luciferic. And that's where the Luciferians and the Satanists go into the lodges to recruit the people from there. Because there's a picture that was on the internet of Jay-Z in the Blue Lodge showing he was at the meeting. And they showed the picture. So these are the things I'm talking about. At this point, I do not care about Black people. The people who are Black who realize they need to become white, I'm interested in them, because they now have a spark of awareness. The people who say they're Black and they want to stay Black, they have no value. Why would I waste my energy? I don't care what happens to them. You could tell them what's going to happen to them and they still ain't going to listen. So what's the point? Only if they ask. I'm not answering that question for somebody that ain't Black. Listen, when they really come down,
And that's
like
why
that, when they really come down to Fairty on these Black people, people who were on the webinar, who couldn't get on the webinar, who couldn't make it, etc., they're going to turn around and wish that they would have listened to me. All the people from the Nuwabians, from the Moorish Science Temple, from the Sabaeans, from the Black Panther Party, from all the so-called conscious, all of them would have listened. They wish they would have listened. Because what are they going to do? Black people can't resist because they have no standing at law. And if they do it physically, what's going to happen is that will give the lepers justification to use force on them, because they know, well, you don't have no standing at law, and the Dred Scott decision ain't been overturned. So you're not part of we the people. You're not part of the body politic. So we get to do what we want to. So in other words, you Black people are a slave, but let them think they're free.
And Maku, I can say thanks to you, Tauwieret, to you, that for the last 3 years, commercially, they do not mess with the dead of Reginald Owens anymore. From what I've learned from you, my mailbox is clear every week. And the only mail that goes out is what I'm sending out to let them know they need to stand off. So I appreciate you, much appreciated for everything you've done.
Well, this starts from everything. You're quite welcome. And like I said, when we set up a network, as we have it set up now, it's on, I guess what people don't comprehend is the network is a mental network that we're setting up, because our ancestors dealt with spirituality. So once you set up that spiritual network, the physical network will never get severed. What'll happen, it'll just get strengthened. And we know exactly what we need to do if we have problems and where we need to go. So this is the point right now. Whoever is saying that they are doing something as it relates to Black people is a liar, is a charlatan, is a fraud, is an agent, is a devil, because you can't sit there with what's happening with this pandemic that they started releasing the diagnostic kits back in 2017. The World Bank is already saying, well, this program for COVID, their program as far as the World Bank is concerned, they said they're not going to be done until 2025. They're already telling people, even if they get the vaccine, you still got to wear a mask. That's their chattel. The Rothschilds, everything that you all are seeing, and I think Nadi was the one that brought it up, that they heard what I said. They said, yeah, this guy's making sense. We're going to do what he's saying because we own them, so we can do what we want to do with them. The ones who listen to him, hey, that's cool. The ones who don't, they're ours. I ain't fighting with the Rothschilds on who their chattel is. I'm not fighting with the Rockefellers or the 13 Illuminati families or the shape-shifting reptilians. I'm not fighting with any of them on what's theirs. Those people want to remain theirs to keep them. They're dead anyway. Throw some more dark meat on the fire for them. But I know who I am, and I know where we're going. And I also know that I'm here to assist people who are serious about really stepping out of the matrix and being free. All that chit chat, talk, entertainment, I ain't interested in that. And this is why you're seeing the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, this whole thing is actually helping because it's waking people up. Are you all serious about freedom? Because Black people they don't know what freedom is. Even the people who say they're indigenous don't know what the hell freedom is. They've never recognized what true freedom is. They don't, because the first thing with freedom is responsibility. So you can tell the ones who have no problem going all the way to joining our nation, are responsible people. The ones who are having a problem getting through the interview questions or can't even get past the first 5 steps, those are the people that are not responsible because they want somebody to be a shield that if things get a little rocky, well, I'll blame Chief. It's his fault. No, it's not my fault. Everyone has free will here. Everyone has a brain. I'm helping people develop their brain and look at all the little intricacies and look at all the fraud and look at all, like, yeah, we got a strong structure here. We got everything going. Really? Okay, then explain to me why Black means pale and it's being attributed to a dark color. Mr. MIT Tech, they have no answer. So it's not racism, it is leper supremacy. And you have to call them that because that is what they are, and they will not debate you on it. So let me read out leper supremacy, or speak the words rather. Leper supremacy. Race-ism equals leper-supremacy. Abdurkul Shah Yuat Biwasamus Patimta. Race-ism equals leper-supremacy. Is the local, national, global, solar system, galaxy, matrix, 3D, holographic, illusionary, computer, electrical, science, commercial/economic, entertainment, educational, military, industrial, power system, construct, and dynamic, structured and maintained by lepers, albinos, albinism, Neanderthals, Tamahu, that's what they call themselves, genetically recessive beings who deliberately misidentify themselves as white when they are in fact lepers, albinos, albinism, Neanderthals, Tamahu. Refer to definitions on page 3 of racism equals leper supremacy / leper - supremacy definition, and the Holy Tablets, chapter 6, tablet 6, verses 277 to 278. In association with other non-planetary, multidimensional, and interplanetary entities, whether consciously or subconsciously determined, which consists of patterns of syntax, mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology, perception, logic, symbol formation, thoughts, speech, action, spiritual, mental, temporal, energy, definition, code, language, tone, vibration, frequency, sound, light, resonance, motion, and emotional response as conducted simultaneously in all areas of people, contracts, commerce, and commercial activity, economics, education, commerce, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religions, military, industry, sports, science, medicine, sex, and war, for the ultimate purpose of lepers, albinos, albinism, Neanderthals, Tamahu, misnomer, white / Caucasian, genetic survival, and to prevent leper, misnomer, white / Caucasian, genetic annihilation. The Holy Tablets, chapter 6, tablet 6, verse 284 to 304, with the link. University of Texas geneticist Li Jin, that's Jin Li, who spearheaded the genetic study, said by analyzing the data, you can clearly see the majority of the gene pools in China were from Africa. We could not find any evidence that is consistent with the hypothesis of independent origin in China. Genetic findings support out of Africa theory, and with the web link. On Tiamat Ta Zurukaya Kai, Holy Tablets, chapter 6, tablet 6, verse 56. Holy Tablets, chapter 6, tablet 6, verse 277 to 280. Holy Tablets, chapter 6, tablet 6, verse 284 to 289. Holy Tablets, chapter 6, tablet 7, verse 37 to 38. Misnomer, planet Earth, 95% of the planet is water. It was called the blue planet, so we can also call it planet Mu, or planet Moya, or planet water, a planet upon which the vast majority are of Ethiopian, Tamarayan, Kushite, Nasi, Nasu, Nubun, Nubunite, Carbonites, Nubians, Nuwabians, misnomer, Melaninites, black, colored, Negro, non-white, origin and descent. Ethiopian, Tamarayan, Kushite, Nasi, Nasu, Nubun, Nubunite, Carbonites, Nubians, Nuwabians, misnomer, Melaninites, black, colored, Negro, non-white, are deliberately being misidentified all over the world as black, colored, Negro minority, Melaninites, misnomer, non-white, meaning Ethiopian, Tamarayan, Kushite, Nasi, Nasu, Nubun, Nubunite, Carbonites. Carbon from the English for charcoal. Carbon is one of the few elements known since antiquity. Carbon is the 15th most abundant element in the Earth's crust and the 4th most abundant element in the universe by mass, after hydrogen. When you go west or on the other side of hydrogen, you get ether. So on this side, from ether 1 going back toward hydrogen to this material plane, now you get hydrogen, helium, and oxygen. Carbon's abundance, its unique diversity of organic compounds, and its unusual ability to form polymers at the temperatures commonly encountered on Earth enables this element to serve as a common element of all known life. It is the 2nd most abundant element in the human body by mass, about 18.5% after oxygen. This is on Wikipedia. So they're telling you all who you all are. If you do not embrace that, forget what your pastor says, forget what your teacher said. I don't care what your mama told you, because she going to church and she's listening to Reverend Porkchop anyway. And we already know Reverend Porkchop is going to bed with a couple of the ladies in the front row anyway. So forget that. This is what they're putting out. So if there's an intergalactic pimp smack coming, and it's coming, they'll be able to say, oh, it was on Google, it was on Yahoo, it was on mama.com, it was on the internet, it was on YouTube, it was on Twitter. What did you all do? Nothing? Good. Smack them. They're off the hook because they told the truth. That's the deal with the elite. They have to tell you what they're doing before they do it. This is what it's stated. They don't do this. They don't come out of left field. Yeah, they're planning, but when they're saying, okay, this is the power move we're making, they have to tell you, and they're telling y'all. So Nubians are deliberately being misidentified as Black, Negro, minority, Melaninites, misnomer, non-white by lepers, albinos, albinism, Neanderthals, Tamahu, who have stolen their commercial description and have stolen their commercial identity. Go ahead, record Amenhotep, white/Caucasian. So white and Caucasian is ours. The U.S. Corporation Race and Ethnicity Identification Forms SF-181 and the iPad's definitions prove that Ethiopian, Tamarian, Kushite, Nasi, Nahsu, Nubun, Nubunite, Carbonites, Nubians, Nuwabians, misnomer, Melaninites, Black, Colored, Negro, non-white are in fact white. And I'm going to stop there, and I want to go to, I almost forgot, this is a good thing I recalled this. National, this was a question, one of the other questions, NIH. National Institute of Health, race, let's see. Oh, hold on. It's NIH race definitions. So this is the National Institute for Health. They use the same race definitions that you see in the iPads. I just want to pull it. Am I in the right? Oh, I'm in the wrong email. That's why. Okay, let me go back here. And this is global. So those definitions that I read earlier are not domestic. They are global. So that's every country. Let's see here. Okay, hold on while my stuff is refreshing. So that's where we're at. So I said this before years ago at Fairty that things are going to get worse before they get better. Remember?
Sure.
And that's what has to happen. Unfortunately, this is what it will have to take to the point of death to wake some people up.
And I want to know, Chief, have you, speaking about the Cheddar Man, have you seen The Spanish Princess? It was on Stars a couple of months ago, by last month, and it talks about, you know, the Princess of Spain marrying King Henry I, whoever he was. But
Are you talking about
they
Charlotte?
had
Are you
two
talking
Moors
about?
in there, but one was her maidservant.
Are you talking about Charlotte
No,
Sophia?
this is called the Spanish. No, this is called The Spanish Princess. It's on Stars.
What is Stars? Is that
And
a
it
cable
shows
channel?
two Moors. One is that's a cable channel. Yeah.
Spanish.
But it shows the Moor, but she's actually serving the leper Spanish princess, which of course we know it's in reverse when you talk about Cheddar Man. So they are putting a lot of carbonite people in these old British films currently. And I'm sure it's an effect of what you've been putting out there, what we've been putting but definitely you're seeing a lot more carbonites in these old British movies. now.
There's a new series on Netflix called Bridgerton, and in there they have a guy, carbonite, copper colored, who plays a duke, and then they have a woman who plays Charlotte Sophia. So she's a carbonite, and then who else is there? Then there's a woman that raised him. She's a carbonite. They show some more carbonites in there. They sprinkling them in there because we were already in Europe prior to 1492.
And when they pop on the internet, they see the work. They already know.
We go to
They
history.
know.
If we go to history, www real world history. I have to pull it up. I'll put that in the chat for people so they can see that. Okay, race it, man. You're closed. Close you up. And for those that missed it earlier, I'm going to put the online tone generator here. This is good for your carbon. 418 is for carbonite / melanin. You'll have to hand type it in because if you do it, sometimes it won't even do it. So 418 hertz is the one for carbon. And listen to that for 10 minutes in your headphones. Okay, where were we at here? Real world history. There we go. Here's it. This one here, and there's one section on real world history. I go here, I use this. This is the one to look at. They have a lot of stuff for Great Britain. See, small German town. Look at that. They have one for Britain or for European. Okay, China, like you could look and see we're all over the planet. So, but we have to change. I contacted these guys. I sent them an email and said, you got to take out the word black. That's what you're missing. They don't want to listen. So they have Indonesia, Cambodia, North America, Eastern Europe. So you could go here and you get a lot of pictures. So I just put that in the chat.
Like you said, Marco, everybody has a house of cards. And the fact that they don't want to take out black and knowing the facts that everybody's deck is going to crash. It's eventually going
to that's not our issue. I mean, it's funny because they just don't want nobody to see it. See, once you see that, that has to be dealt with. Nothing else can get done regarding that. All right.
All right.
Let's see here. Who else? Somebody had. Okay, let me go check in the chat here. Clean spirit of truth. Where is the clean spirit of truth? Hold on, let me just stop. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here for a second. Let's saw her earlier. Oh, there you are. All right. So I'm seeing your question here. Go ahead and turn your mic on. The issue, the issue you have with the IRS, you got to have standing at law, and right now you don't have it.
Right. So when I'm finished with the process, I remember you said because of the fact that I had done the taxes with this particular lady and she did it on the internet and it made her, it was like she could not get around not saying that I would make payments, not setting up the payment plan, right? It would not let us avoid that particular thing. So
you can't because you made that contract, you didn't reserve all your rights, so you're bound by it.
right. So then the question would be the 2,000 is something that I'm bound by to pay that. I understand that. But because it has not been paid and they want to charge all these other penalties and the late fees and so forth, I'm still bound to that as well.
Yeah, black has no standing at law. Are you white?
Right.
On,
So
on paper?
Excuse me?
Are you white on paper?
I am white on paper now, but I'm not finished with the process yet. Totally. I haven't done my SF-181 yet because I'm still finishing my affidavits.
Okay, so until that's done, we can't even get into that.
That's what I wanted to. Okay, that's what I wanted to say.
This is why a lot of times I try and explain this to people, and they don't see it. It's like the way it's structured. You can't get remedy if you are not white. And they're going to look at pre-existing contracts and say, well, you signed this here, you were African-American here, you were African-American here, and no declaration was put out to deal with that, then that stands. That's what you are. So that's why we have to fix that. We're time traveling. This is what, for people that don't know, Tauwieret, I'm going to just continue. So Tauwieret, we're time traveling. And so we're explaining to people they got to go back, and the energy you have now, you're going to put that energy back into those fraudulent contracts. So if they try to use that against you, you'll say, well, hold on a second. According to Dred Scott, no descendant Africans can be a citizen. So what are you guys doing conducting business with someone that doesn't have standing at law and is considered dead in the eyes of the law? That's fraud. That means the judge is guilty, the clerk is guilty, the sheriffs are guilty. That means the state bar is guilty. That means the national bar is guilty. That means the Inns of Court is guilty. Is everybody getting this? That's just on dealing with if they want to stay in that, if they try to stay there or put you into that hole of the black. Like, no, according to your you ain't supposed to be doing no business with us. Why? Because you all are descendants of the original mitochondria Eve. So based on that, they can't deal with you, and their structure is set up to deal with corporations, not flesh and blood. So let's advance it. It's not to set up with flesh and blood, it's to set up with who's indigenous, because we don't have that system. We're forced to learn this. Everybody getting this? Let's see here. And where is I'm Ra'at Allah?
Yes.
Greetings.
Greetings, Maku. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. What state are you in?
I'm in California.
California. Okay, your question. I received an email stating that services will remain on without payments being made. What was that regarding?
That was regarding, and excuse me because I can't remember the brother that shared his bill.
Oh, that was Dakota.
Was it Dakota? Dakota, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I received an email because I do paperless, and the email stated exactly that services would remain on and payments were not so much accepted, but basically services would not be turned off. No utility bills would be turned off. And I found that interesting. I understood it, but on my end, still doing what I need to do because my status has not changed as of yet.
Let's go to exportsites.google.com. Now this, okay, I'm gonna go to that one, and White House must vacate. So here's two of the sites that I have. I wanna put the links in the chat. We'll go to White House must vacate first. I have a lien on the White House, right? Africa Bambaataa knows about this, which means Zulu Nation knows about it. Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay knows about it. The White House knows about it because I faxed it to him. This is when Barack was president. This is on the screen right now. So I'm going to put the link here in the chat. So upload, you can double click, bookmark, save. What you'll have to do to get the documents is you'll have to right click and click on save image as, and you can get the images one at a time. So I put, it's a universal notice and commercial claim. The White House is located now on Atlanta, Mexican Turtle Island, land of the frogs, Egypt of the West. And you can see this is March 24, 2009. This is 12 years ago.
Yes.
And we're gonna go down to the fax confirmation page, which is at the bottom on this particular website. And you can see May 24th, number 40, 357, to the White House fax, attention, President Barack Obama. And let's see here. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so this is the white picture. Okay, yeah, pictures on the other one. So if we go up here, 24th, I'll go to the export declaration. Is that up yet? Oh, it's still, okay, here we go. So here's the export declaration here. This is the very first one. I call it a land pass. And so I have issued those out to people at the time. And I may reinstitute this so people actually have a copy in their hands directly from me. That makes it even more hard. And it confirms the lien. Now, this is the Foreign Trade Processing Unit. They are in Jacksonville, Indiana. And when I did the export declaration, it was sent there because that's where it has to be sent. Now, up here, it was signed for, as you can see. They also called me and asked me, why did you send us all these, you know, and this is the export declaration, everything that was here, all the things that were exported, I had a document for each one of them. So they asked me, why did you send us all this? We didn't need all that. I said, I have to show I have right title and interest. I can't just do this off the SF 7525V and just do it like that. And they said, okay, no problem. I said, so is everything fine? They said, yes. I said, so you're going to go forward with processing this? They said, yes. So as you can see here, the White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, that's Turtle Island. United States Post Office, I exported that too, 475 LaFont Plaza, Washington, D.C. All right, the link is in the chat. Let me just put this, this one isn't in yet. I'm gonna put it in now. So this is, I exported the US, Canada, and Mexico corporations to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, what we also found out in the last year or so was that the US is now registered in Scotland. So all the people who feel that they're all fighting about their country, it's over, it's nothing. On paper, stuff has already been moved around. So I'm gonna put USA registered in Scotland. Not this one. Okay, so let me go to this email here. Say, okay, registered in Scotland. I hope this is the screenshot. Or I trust, strike that. I trust this will be the screenshot. Okay, the United States of America Limited, and it's registered in Scotland. I want the screenshot. Is my Facebook open? Hold on, let me see here. Okay, so while that Facebook is refreshing, I'll look under that. Oh, there we go. So as you can see, it says right here, United States of America Limited. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so, and it says June 22nd, 2010.
Yes.
At 78 Montgomery Street in Edinburgh, Scotland.
Yes. Hmm.
So it's registered with 3 officers, 1 active person with significant control. And that is, what's his name again? Or is this the one? Yeah, James Stewart McMeekin. The secretary is COSEC Limited. So you can't register a company called the United States of America or anything close to that in another country. They'll automatically reject that. They'll say you can't do that. So here's your proof. So that's that. And then I'm going to go on USA registered in Scotland on Facebook. So my post, or the person, because somebody else had it, when I saw that, I was like, what? Okay, here it is. So here's the picture. I'll put the link. Okay, so this is it here. So this is proof there is no United States anymore. All that stuff is nonsense. Not what people, not the organic constitutional stuff people are thinking about. Let's see here. Okay, I have to zoom. I'm going to make this bigger so people can see it. There we go. So as you can see, United States of America Limited, the White House, 78 Montgomery Street, Edinburgh, Lothian, Scotland. The home office in Scotland. Incorporated June 22nd, 2010, which I showed you on the other one.
Right.
So they know at the top they're on Turtle Island. They know this. Why would you do that? Why would you? So that means it's all fraud.
Yeah.
And then we have a confirmation. So everyone has it now. From Alan West, who used to be the representative congressman of Florida. He ran for the Senate, so he had to give up his seat and he lost. And he said on Fox News, the president is just the CEO of this corporation called the United States of America. And it's a foreign corporation.
Yeah.
All right. So when people have, issues, these are the things you got to bring up. Not listening to no fool like, what's his name? Malik Shabazz or Benjamin Crump or Judge Joe Brown. Why aren't they screaming bloody murder? They're supposed to be screaming. Instead, they stay silent. So that means they're part of it.
Yeah.
You can't have it both ways. So all the black people, they going with that White House.
Yeah. Overstood.
Okay, so we got that one there. You saw that. Okay, so Barack Obama. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you. Okay, and so here's the lien on the White House that's authenticated by Condoleezza Rice on the May 22nd, 2006. So I certify to all whom these presents come shall to all whom these presents shall come greetings. This is Department of State. This is the number 0602144-3. I had 5 of them, and and the U.S. Marshals took all of the originals, but I was able to salvage a copy. I don't know where the other copies. The other guys were with me. I told the attorney to give it to him, and he threw it in the garbage apparently. So it doesn't matter. This salvaged it, and they have a record. Right. I did 5 documents. I certified that the document here unto annex is under the seal of the states of Georgia, and that such seals are entitled to full faith and credit. in testimony whereof I, Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State, of hereunto cause the seal of the Department of State to be affixed, and my name subscribed by the Assistant Authentication Officer of the said department of the City of Washington in the District of Columbia, this 22nd day of May 2006. And I handed that over the counter. So I was there in Washington, D.C. when we got this done. The codes here on the bottom left state that once I present a copy, it must be accepted as if it is the original. So this is the state of Georgia, the Great Seal from the state of Georgia. And I further certify that the Secretary of State of the state of Georgia is the custodian of the Great Seal of said state. So all due faith, credit, and authority is and ought to be had and given to him, her. This is Eric Stiles, who used to work downtown. So the governor at the time was Sonny Perdue, Kathy Cox, and John K. White, executive secretary. And so this was the lien that's filed, and the lien is still valid on the United States of America. There is no lapse date on it. So this is for eternity. And it's filed in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and there's no lapse date on it for all eternity. And as you can see, this was done on November 7th, 2005. So that was 16 years ago.
Yeah.
So anything happened and you see the lien is on the United States, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue in the state of Georgia. And this is where I was staying at 1981 Fletcher Street when I was living in Macon, Georgia.
Yes.
And then on the back, this is our language. So evidence and facts and showing is what is the name of the game now. It's not about talking or being charismatic. That's not enough anymore. Let me see what you've done.
Show it.
Show it. Here's my postage stamp.
Yeah.
Canada Post was making my postage stamp. I'm the only Moor has a postage stamp since probably ever. And none of these dumbass Moors got any sense to say, hey, let's at least talk about what the brother did and accomplished. No, agents. And I claimed all the geographic coordinates on the planet using quantum. They would call it parse syntax. But the problem with the parse syntax is the fact that for the word of the black is with the no hyphen standing at the law. And so until Mark Christopher can answer that question, there's a problem, because according to our knowledge, you can't use the slave master's time system and his calendar for freedom. The trap is within the noun. The noun is the trap. Person, place, and thing is the trap. All right, so we got that, the facts there. Okay, so now this one is the export declaration. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, White House. Oh, yeah. I want to show the email that I sent to Barack showing that he got it. Oh yeah, this is they all know. So this is what I mean.
Yeah.
And I put a no trespass notice on the property. That's why they reported there was a sinkhole at the White House, but then they never said anything afterward. This was a couple years ago. So this is a no trespassing. So if you go to that website and you click here on the side panels, that'll take you to the picture. International Commercial Claim of Indigenous Land. No trespassers / corporate entities / traversers allowed. UCC 9-607 and UCC 9-609. I don't have to have physical possession of it. That's the beauty of Uniform Commercial Code. And I have the link here for the claim of location. What you'll have to do if you want the pictures again, you either right click or you have to click on the actual image, because to save as. Like you can click on it like right now and it'll open up into its own page with just the graphics. So you'll see that's what it looks like.
Okay. Thank you, Marco. I appreciate that. You mentioned the calendar, and one of my other questions was also about using the appropriate calendar, because as I'm in the beginning of this process, again, I want to start using the appropriate calendar.
All right, well, we have your massive calendar that we have been producing for the last, what, 3 years. And our year starts on June 26th.
Okay.
So that's where our time frame is. Now I'm pulling this up because I was getting people sending me New Year's wishes. I said, for what? I don't follow that. Now here they show, where is it? I think this is the one here. It was with Julius Caesar, because let me see, who is the one with the Pharaoh countries? Let me try, when did the calendar? Okay, there we go. In 45 BC, Julius Caesar ordered a calendar consisting of 12 months based on a solar year. This calendar employed a cycle of 3 years of 365 days, followed by a year of 366 days, which was a leap year. 2020 was what? Leap year.
Mm-hmm.
When first implemented, the quote unquote Julian calendar also moved the beginning of the year from March 1st to January 1st. And the, let me just, because this is funny what I'm about to say here. So in spring, that should be the beginning of your year, because the wintertime should be reflective of nothing growing. Snow, nothing growing. Even if you don't get snow, everything is at rest. But they moved it to that. Now, the US government, their fiscal calendar starts on October 1st. So for the people who are focused on January 1st, 2nd as the new year, no, the new year started in October. I said, so y'all are 3 months behind already. Right? Let me put this on so people know. Fiscal calendar. Okay, so fiscal year, USA. This is straight off of Google, fiscal year. The fiscal year is the accounting period for the federal government, which begins on October 1st and ends on September 30th.
Yeah, plain sight.
So you should be following the fiscal calendar of the corporation that you all are in, and not this New Year stuff. By the time tax season rolls around, that's half the year practically. See how people are behind?
Yeah.
This is the type of stuff they're supposed to be teaching, you know, for the people who say they're out the matrix and whatnot. This is the type of information they should be, you know, teaching you all, and they're not doing that. They're stuck on Constitution, which is void in the court, standing on constitutional rights, which is void in the court in front of a Puerto Rican judge. Now the US is registered in Scotland, right? So when they talk about who exported the US, who was someone threw us in the middle of the Atlantic, you're looking at them. That's why they're not talking about what I'm doing, because I'm talking about full scale, getting rid of the system. They're crashing their system to reboot and put people into bondage. But I'm a bad guy for wrecking the party. I said they're smashing their own party because they know that's it. They've said they've gotten enough blood as they can get out of the US. They're going to India and China where they can get cheaper labor, and Asia and get cheaper labor. That's it for the US. So you got to let go of any association with the mentality of being an American.
Overstood.
I think that was the what. Oh, last thing, my lean on Elizabeth and the claim on the British throne. This is for people who were hearing God Save the Queen. Why is this being played? I have a claim on the British throne. And
Marco, if you would please, when you're done with this, because I'm returning into the process, can you give me some insight and explain the G999 and the GS partners, please?
Yes, I can explain. I can give you explanation on that.
Thank you.
Everything's going to cryptocurrency, but the thing is, it's just like with carrot bars. And I told them, and they know, I don't care if you're Black doing business. You have no standing at law. This is what I was explaining to them, and they know, Ty Best and Michael Delco, they know who I am. They don't want to come on. They wanted to preach religion, which is
Yes.
a fundamental dishonor as it pertains to business. And I've taken business courses, done training, went and got involved where we would go in and teach CEOs and presidents of companies on how to make their business and their company more efficient. And one of the things when I was going through training, the guy told me he lost a $5,000 deal getting into an argument over politics. Contract is right here. Pen's right here. Guys ready to sign. Made a off the cuff remark, and the guy said, "Oh, really?" And then, can you explain that? Then when he got into it personally, he said, "Nope, I'm not going to do any business." Boom, just like that, lost 5K. So that's when he emphasized to us two things you do not discuss in business: politics and religion. So on the Wealth Builders conference calls that they had with carrot bars, I was getting complaints from my upline because they said, man, they keep talking about Christianity. I went on and I'm hearing that. I'm like, oh, no, no. So when everything went sideways and things got changed with carrot bars, I said, okay, well, where was God then? Because you're going to talk religion during business, then you open up the Pandora's box to be questioned on it, because the book, How to Make a Negro Christian, says the fundamental purpose and the reason why masters should teach their slaves Christianity is it will protect the pecuniary interests of the slave master. And for people who don't understand what pecuniary, you're going to protect masses' money.
Right. Bottom line.
So once you protect masses' money, he ain't got to worry about you leaving the plantation, because your contract is you're going to protect his money. So if you protecting masses' money, where are you going? You ain't going nowhere.
Right.
So that was one of the issues that I had with that, because I've noticed it in there as well as with Amway, because I have a business with Amway as well. And I'm like, why did they keep bringing this interdenominational? I said, oh, they're using Christianity as a motivation, because most of the people in the downlines are Black people. And so they can, you know, advance really fast. So they're using religion as a hypnotic spell to get Black people into compliance, and it will protect the pecuniary interests of the upline.
Overstood.
Oh, yes, I said it. I said it. Anytime, anybody got an issue with that from a multi-level marketing or whatever, listen, if we're going to talk business, let's talk business. If you're going to bring religion into it, then you're trying to get me to get into it. And then the first thing I got to say, well, okay, well, you want to bring up religion. I'm like, why are you bringing up religion for? Okay, well, guess what? The Bible was a plagiarization from the Egyptian book Coming Forth by Day. It was put together by the Nicene Council. The New Testament are letters. They're not even holy scripture. And Revelation comes from the Zoroastrians. So you're not going to come to me talking about be right in my business dealings and correct in my business dealings when your religion is faulty.
Yeah.
We want to talk business. I have no qualm with that. I'll let the dead stay dead. But if you're going to bring that up as part of the business, I got an issue with that. And so that was a lot of headache I was getting from people complaining about that. And then I'm like, hold on, let's get back to the business. Oh, well, God wants this. Which God? Whose God? What God? Name the name of the God.
Yeah.
See, they don't want to talk about that. I said, so you're using religion, which is what the priests, what the so-called Europeans did, use religion against our ancestors. Let me just stop share screen for a second. Use religion as a weapon against our ancestors to get them to comply. Meanwhile, their own book says, do not swear oaths, do not covet a man's wife, do not do any of these things, but here they are swearing oaths, doing contrary to what their savior said.
Right.
But I can't call them out on that. I'm supposed to sit that, come on. And then the Pope apologized and said, I am sorry for all the atrocities done against the indigenous peoples of the Americas. He didn't say American Indians, because the Vatican knows you're indigenous. They know you are. They just got you playing this game like an actor playing a role of a Black person that's not in any existence. I said, okay, if you're Black, for all you Black people out there that's on here right now listening, and for the ones that will be listening, what is the name of the Black God? When did the Black God create the Black people? What was the original language of the Black people, and where were they originally located? Can't say Africa because that's not an African word. Do you see my point?
Yes.
And then it's like, okay, they're not making any sense, and they're speaking their oppressor's language, and the word Black means pale, which we already showed earlier.
Yeah.
So the movie Get Out, that is everything. This is what they're using on copper-colored, carbonite, Caucasian people. Hypnotism, mind controls, magic, spells, all of that is what they're using. So when they were having the meetings, that's what they were doing with wealth builders. I said, oh, you guys are using religion on people. They should know, especially Michael Delco, since he used to work for Chase or whatever, he should know you don't talk religion in business. You keep that out of it. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Big time recipe. So let me show you the lien on Elizabeth. I want to show that there. So everybody, oh yeah, this is important. Let's see. Okay. Active lien on Elizabeth.
Michael, what did you think about antebellum?
Antebellum.
What's
that
her
movie.
name?
We saw the movie.
Janae.
I'm trying to recall it.
Janae, can't think of her name for anything right now. Janelle Monáe. And so they had the plantation. They had the reenactment.
Oh, they telling y'all.
Yeah, I love them.
They telling y'all.
Watched it 9 times already and always catch something different. Just little secrets they keep putting in there. It's in plain sight, everything.
They telling y'all. They kidnapped her.
Yeah. That whole plantation.
They kidnapped her. Hopefully this will come up. They kidnapped her. She went missing. Right? All of that. That was it right there. That's why I tell everybody, watch every one of them slave movies. I don't care. Yeah. I said, I want Hollywood to keep churning 10 of them out a year because they're telling them this is what's going down. Janelle Monáe, as an accomplished artist, I'm like, you playing this role? You actually agreed to do this stuff?
It's Antebellum. Someone asked what's the name of the movie. It's Antebellum.
Yeah, the movie's Antebellum. It's Antebellum is the movie. Janelle Monáe stars in that.
Yeah,
and
you can purchase it. You can purchase it, and I purchase it and have people come and watch it. As many people every time they say they don't have it, I say, well, I have it. It's
listen,
beautiful.
If people can watch Antebellum, they can watch Uncle Tom. Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom is a porno. Antebellum is Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Have you seen Goodbye, Uncle Tom?
No, I wrote it down. You spoke about it earlier. I'm gonna get it.
It's
I'm gonna
on
watch.
YouTube. The whole movie's on YouTube.
Wow.
It's on YouTube. Watch the Italian version because they have an Italian version with like the voiceovers.
Yeah.
So yeah, watch the Italian version with the English voiceover. That'll be better. Oh yeah, Antebellum was off the. I was like, oh yes. I was like, what's going on? Did they time travel or something? I was like, oh no, they was doing it in the same theme park.
They are
where
doing
was
it now.
located.
They're doing it now.
I'm like, so again,
Yeah.
the word that right there again is the confirmation that the word black
Yeah.
has no standing at law.
Yeah.
And so as many times as I have to repeat myself, I don't grow tired of it. And I encourage people not to get tired of it, because this is the issue when you're fighting a system that has been using a constant feedback loop for years. You're not gonna break it like that overnight. You have to be just as repetitive.
Yeah.
And by doing that. Okay. I'm just pulling it up here. And that's what you have to do. So what happened in this past 12 months on the Gregorian calendar, I'm very happy that this is revealing a lot of things with the system, how everything is going. Okay, this is the one I am him. Okay, great. Yeah, I'll just click on this one. I'll put this link here. This isn't mine. This is the one I am him. This is his web link here. And I also have one on Facebook. I'm gonna pull this one up here. This was my response to Greg Hallett. And they were calling him the King of England. I said, no, you ain't. I said, that throne is mine. And the more of you all say that and you keep repeating it, it becomes a chant. It becomes an energy field. It becomes a technology. It supports what you're doing. It ties you back into the mitochondria Eve, because once they change your DNA, they can patent you. This is the next thing they're talking about. So I don't think we got too much into that, but that's what they are going to do. Is they're going to patent. Oh, it's not on here. Okay, so he didn't have the picture. Okay, what is this here? Okay, no, that's not it either. Okay. Okay, so if I do this one here, fantastic. Chief Nanya active lean on. I have it on the picture on Facebook, lean on Elizabeth II. Let me just zoom this down. So that's the difference between what I do and what a lot of the other people do, is they're not showing you all the documentation of what they've done. Let's see, planetary notes of active claim, blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, plus I redid the, which one was this? This was, yeah, I redid that one there too. Okay, let's click on this one. This should be it here. Player knows a statement of claim. Okay, so if I click on that, let me see if this comes up. But sometimes it doesn't work. Well, I'll have to just go in there and do the search right there in Kentucky. But I want everybody to understand what we're doing. You have to publish. The computer programming is out there. The facial recognition technology is there. You're not going to say, I'm indigenous, but I want to stay quiet. I want to stay hidden. That's not going to work anymore. Publishing that's what's going to protect you, is putting it out there, because all the so-called authorities, they cannot say that they didn't know. Yeah. Because the CIA is on Facebook. The woman just said Amazon is part of CIA as well. So what's that telling you? They're already seeing everything that you all are doing.
They see it all.
There's no point in sitting there trying to act like, nothing's happening. They can see that, they can see it plain as day.
There is no hiding.
No, you can't hide anymore. You have to walk in the light of the sun as if all eyes see you. For most certainly they do. Oh, okay, here. This, I love this picture. This is one of my favorite pictures. Oh boy. This is the picture that they don't like. I'll put this here in the chat. This picture here. Oh, they do not like this. You click on that and I'll go back to here. I'll put this here in the chat so everybody has it. They don't, that should, people should be framing this. This is for a carbonite, Nuboon, you know, copper color, to even put a picture of this level out there like that. It's unprecedented. Unprecedented. Planetary notice of active claim. It's an active claim that I have on Elizabeth. Oh yeah, some guy said, ah, that's Photoshop.
Beautiful.
And I said, but this ain't. There we go.
Yeah.
And I should be able to zoom in without losing too much resolution.
This ain't photoshopped.
Oh yeah, he was trying to say that. So that was one of the things that, okay, there we go. See, I have a whole bunch of them, but I want this to be, I want to get, I'll have to zoom in on one just so it's legible so people can see it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is why they took everything, they stole everything from us. So we have to be just as persistent in your claims.
Overstood.
Let's see here. So I guess, okay, Galaxies and where's that email? Okay, there we go. Okay, so active claim, active lien on Elizabeth II. Okay, so we have all the links here. This is all the links here. Okay, amendment and the claim. I should have a picture right here. There we go. There we go. Now, how come not one of these has the, okay, Chief Nanya. Statement of claim, that's right, Chief Nanya Ale. Statement of claim. Oh, that is, there we go. There we go. So here it is. This is the statement of claim. So for those that want to screenshot it, they can. I'll zoom in so you can see it right here. Can you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
So this is
Yes.
a UTC 5 and it says statement of claim. And as you can see, it says the filing of this statement does not affect the effectiveness of an initial financing statement or other filed record. Non-sitter, non-negotiable means no judge, and it can't go before any court. You pay me, period. That's what a UCC 5 statement of claim is. And as you can see, it was done in 5/25/2012. So that was 9 years ago. And I signed her name because her representatives, I'd warned them, because under UCC, if they don't sign it after I got them in default, I'll sign her name. So I did that. So she knows the throne is mine, period. There's nobody else, no one else is doing it. So, you know, when Polite was talking about, oh, you can't put a lien on a lighthouse. Yes, you can. And I did it, Polite. All them guys out there is hustlers, man. They're not. Dr. Sebi said it the best. He said the African American, the Black leaders in America do not care about the health of Black people. So if they don't care about their physical dietary health, they don't care about your economic health, they don't care about your physical health, your mental health, they don't care about you. All them Black leaders don't care. They're all boule, like Steve Coakley revealed. So how come nobody on the planet has said anything to me? Because it's true. So this is the remedy. So this is the remedy that we're presenting, that you have to call yourself white. Cryptocurrency is commerce. So like I said with the carrot bars, it doesn't matter if you're in that business. The issue is if you're African American doing business, if they want to screw you over, they can and they will. Carrot bars. Michael Jordan, I got an article someone sent me. Michael Jordan he got China lawsuit. He only got $46,000 from this company. They were the tour, man. These guys straight up raped Jordan, man, big time in China. Let's see, who was it that used? I'm gonna make sure I got the right article.
Excuse me.
There we go. Okay, this was Yahoo. So this, let me see if I want to use the Yahoo News article. I could not believe what I was reading. This goes to show you being Black doesn't help you worldwide. Okay, so Michael Jordan sued a company in China. Couldn't believe, I'm gonna read the whole article. Michael Jordan awarded $46,000 for, quote, emotional damages. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But no, he was awarded $46,000 for emotional damages, but not full rights to his own name in China. Former NBA superstar Michael Jordan still doesn't own the rights to his own name in China. Didn't I just read that the Chinese geneticist said that the Chinese come from the Africans? Didn't I just read that earlier? All white. Doesn't that fall under the leper supremacy definition that I read?
Yeah.
But at least he's won just a bit of pocket money heading into 2021. In the latest installment of Jordan's years-long saga of trademark suits, a Shanghai court ruled Wednesday that a Chinese sportswear and shoe manufacturer that has used his name as its brand for decades did so without authorization and with the intention to, quote, mislead consumers. It did not, however, appear to revoke the company's right to use the phonetic English spelling of Jordan's name in Chinese translation. The Caodon Sports Company, whose name is the Chinese translation of Jordan, must compensate the five-time MVP $46,000 US dollars, which is 300 million renminbi, for, quote, emotional damages, and 7,600 renminbi, 7,600 US renminbi, 850,000 renminbi for legal expenses incurred. Chump change for the legendary player, estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $1.6 billion. The company must stop using the Chinese characters of Don in its corporate name and product trademarks, and issued a public apology in print and online, clarifying that it has no connection to the basketballer himself. The court ruled it must also take, quote, reasonable measures to indicate and clarify that its older trademarks have no actual ties to the NBA star. The latter is a concession to the fact that China can't order the company to stop using Jordan's name entirely. Really? The country's trademark law stipulates that there is a 5-year window in which registered trademarks may be disputed. Many of Don's Jordan-related trademarks are more than 5 years old, meaning that they are technically now irrevocable.
Right.
So the lawyers stretched it out for the statute of limitations in China to expire, and now they got it.
Right.
The ruling is consistent with the previous verdict from China's Supreme Court. In April, it issued a landmark ruling in Jordan's favor to declare that the firm had used his name illegally, overturning two prior lower court verdicts. Don's logo, the silhouette of a jumping basketball player, is very similar to Jordan's well-known Nike Jumpman logo, a silhouette of him jumping to dunk.
Right.
The Supreme Court did not rule that the logo violated Jordan's rights, referring the issue out for retrial. So I'm going to skip down to some. Don Sports was founded in the year 2000 and operates nearly 6,000 stores across the country. This is in China. It has registered around 200 trademarks related to Jordan, including 12 it applied for just last year.
Wow.
Jordan has filed 80 lawsuits against the firm since 2012. He didn't win any of them until 2016. When China's Supreme Court awarded him the right to his name in Chinese characters, but not the phonetic spelling of Don in English. In the recently concluded Shanghai suit, the defendants, Don Sports Company and the Bai-Ren Trading Company, which sells its products, once again argued that, quote, Jordan is merely a common Western surname, not solely a reference to the NBA star. Where is it here? In a statement, it condemned Don Sports for registering the company name Dan and still choosing the word Dan for trademark registration without Jordan's authorization, despite knowing that he has a huge reputation. This is the court. The court noted that by previously trademarking Jordan's former jerseys number 23 and even the Chinese translations of the names of his two sons.
Wow.
The company had made, quote, a very obvious attempt to mislead consumers.
Yes.
One sufficient to determine that it had the intention of causing or allowing for public confusion through its actions.
Wow.
Black has no standing at law.
Black has no standing at law.
So they took the names of his two sons and trademark. So this is what I'm talking about. This is Michael Jordan. He said, I'd do anything to win. I bet you he don't want to say he's white.
Not cool. Yeah.
Hey, he said it, not me. He said it. I saw the Netflix special. What was it? Final Call, not Final Call. What was it? Last Farewell or whatever on the Bulls. I saw that. He said, I'll do anything it takes to win. Y'all want to win? Be white. That's all you got to do.
There it is.
But he can't do that. I know Jordan can't do it. I said he wasn't going to win that previous case. I said Byron Allen wasn't going to win his case with Comcast. Is everybody seeing a pattern here? Being black, billionaire, still can't win.
Doesn't matter. Money doesn't do it.
Being black don't do it. Being black is a liability. Like that is off the chain.
Absolutely overstood.
Off the chain. So I got a video here. I'm gonna let you go. So unless you got another question.
No, thank you, Marco. I appreciate you. Much gratitude.
So this is the solution for COVID and everything else on the planet. So I'm gonna play the Legion video. Fairty sent it to me. So I'm gonna play that and I'll let you go. But you'll see when you hear what Professor Jin Lee says and you see how Jordan is losing. The Chinese know they're a mutation of us. The lepers know they're a mutation of us. Y'all got to tell them, because this stuff ain't, the constant feedback loop is not going to stop. We're going to get into the chaos theory in a second here. Let's see, where's the email here? Oh, for those that want this article that I just read, I will put that here in the chat so you'll have it now. You all are the white people of the planet, and all you have to do is claim that back, claim your autochthonousness organically, claim white commercially, and it's game over for this whole system. Where are we at here? Okay, so we've got here. Okay, so I can play it on my end, so I gotta play because even the one that Nadi sent, it won't play. So Fairty sending back the video I sent him. So here we're gonna play it now. I know that was a mouthful. People, make sure you're getting your water, drinking your water. Get that water in. It's a lot of energy that I'm illuminating to people. Just gonna close up. Let me see if I do this here. I'll play it on from the email. See if we can do that. Please put your questions in the chat. Put your hands up. See, always have a problem with this one. This is the knockout punch. Hold on, everyone. I keep saying hide this notification. I want Zoom to use my camera, but it keeps clicking on. I know you doing this. Okay, come on. Well, while that's coming up, let me see. Let's who had their hand up here. Amenhotep, you there? Okay, he's not there. Let me see in the Amenhotep. Yeah, you had your hand up. Did you have a question? Oh man, did they knock him off already? Go ahead and record, Bashir. For those people coming in, yeah, we just waiting for this video here. I don't know why this is, well, I know why this is taking long. I did a slam dunk on that article with Michael Jordan losing that case in China. See, video unavailable. So that link that is unavailable. They're blocking it here, Fairty. And so I'm going to play it on the email here. Where are you, Amenhotep? Hold on, I gotta go down and look at, find your. Go ahead and record, yeah. Yeah, why can't I find it? Hold on, I gotta stop sharing my screen here. I wanna see where is Amen. Because I just saw Amenhotep and then he just like he disappeared. I think they kicked him off again. Yeah, they kicked him off. Oh, there you are. Oh, white. Yeah, you had a question, Amen. Go ahead.
Yes, Chief. The Belarus president. Are you hearing me, Chief?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, the Belarus president came out on mainstream media, and he was saying that the IMF and the World Bank offered him a bribe of, I think, around $940 million US. So
They bribed him for how much?
940 million US.
914 million US dollars?
Okay, 940 million US. The World Bank.
Whoa, to do what?
And the IMF to impose strict lockdown, strict curfew, impose a police state, crash the economy. And he refused. Force the people to wear face masks, and if they don't use it, but the point about this is, even though that is not true, that is what is going on in all countries around the world.
Oh, wow.
Belarus is one of our 3 countries that did not impose any lockdown. And
So that's why they don't want to talk about Belarus, because they didn't do that.
They didn't do that.
Okay. Do you have that? You got a video for that? You got a link for that?
I put it up on Facebook.
Put that in the chat, please.
All right, I'll do that now.
Yeah, put that in the chat. Tag me on Facebook. We'll put it in the chat as well.
No problem. The thing
So
about
that
that,
means, go ahead.
the thing about that is the Prime Minister down here, Kit Rowley, he made a statement and he said that he is one of about 200 people who were called and given briefing, and I was given briefing about COVID-19. And he imposed that same system down here. He also said that he's not taking any instructions from anybody else except the World Health Organization and CDC, who is directly involved in this pandemic or the pandemic.
So the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago is not taking orders from anybody.
Anyone, he's not taking orders only from the CDC and the World Health Organization,
Okay.
who is directly involved in the scam that is going on right now. He said that. And I was saying before, he also said that he was one in out of about 200 people, and those are the 200 heads of states. And he was given briefing. He did not say what it is they told him about in details. All he said was he was given briefing about COVID-19. But the thing about it is when they are imposing the same tactics as what is happening around the world, you know, directly that he was involved.
So he's doing, so now we know that since the president of Belarus was offered that money from the IMF and the World Bank, because remember the World Bank is running that program till the COVID pandemic till 2025, remember?
Yes.
That means they've bought off all the other leaders. So the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, was bought off. That means Trump's bought off. That means all the places that locked down were actually getting money.
That's correct. He also said in that, I will post it up, he also said that the IMF and the World Bank billing out all the airlines billions of dollars. But the deal is they must impose the same mask and they'll have to take the vaccine in order to travel.
Yes.
So they are bailing them out because the airlines are losing millions and billions of dollars.
Yeah, they have to bail the airlines out.
Right, but that is the deal. If they're bailing them out, anybody traveling has to take the vaccine.
Yeah, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
All right, so here's what I got to do, everybody. I got the video queued up. I have to pause this recording because if I play the Professor Jin Lee, when I put this video up, they're going to shut the whole video down. Right, because I have the raw file, so we're playing it straight off of my email. So here's the Professor Jin Lee. For those that I can email it to you, just put your email in the chat. So here it is.
All right.
However, there is something that could settle this debate of where the Chinese come from once and for all. I'm meeting Professor Jin Lee, one of China's leading geneticists. Recently, he led a project that set out to prove that the Chinese evolved independently from everyone else, from Homo erectus here in China.
Before the project started, I was hoping that I could identify or could be able to find evidence that support independent origin of Chinese in China, because I'm a Chinese, came from China, and through the education process, I always believed that there's something special about Chinese.
He singled out a male genetic marker which only appeared about 80,000 years ago in Africa. So any man who carries that marker must have recent African ancestors and can't be descended from the more ancient Asian Homo erectus. Jin took DNA from over 160 ethnic groups around East Asia. Over 12,000 samples. And so, what did you find?
We did not see even one single individual that could be considered as the descendant of the Homo erectus in China. Rather, everybody was a descendant of our ancestors from Africa.
The result couldn't have been any clearer. How did that make you feel as a Chinese person?
After I saw the evidences that we generate in my laboratory, I think we should all be happy with that, because after all, modern humans from different part of the world are not so different from each other, and we are very close relatives.
That's great, thank you.
All right. All right, so I've resumed recording. So as you can see, I cannot play that video at all because they'll shut the whole video down. But as you can see, so this will be evidence. So why would the BBC block me from that video? Because that shakes up everything. So the Chinese come from the Africans, which means they come from you, which means they're a mutation of you. Now, Dr. Keith Chang, they don't really give me too much of an issue with him. Actually, you know what? I have a 5-day okay, yeah, here's a good one here. Okay. Oh, this is from CBC Canada. Okay, great. And I also have a 5-day comment. Oh, is it coming up now? Okay, great. Oh, 11 minutes? No, we're not going to do an 11-minute one. We'll go to the end of it, the most important part.
Doesn't explain the difference in skin color between blacks and Asians. Other as yet undiscovered genes are likely involved. Still, it is the most important skin color gene yet discovered. We have the zebrafish to thank, not to mention Mr. Ba, for the inspiration. The discovery casts new light on an old theory.
It actually provides very great support for other people's work that have tried to explain why people have lighter skin in Europe, which is that in order to not get rickets, because we need vitamin D from the sun, we have to be exposed to that in our skin. You need lighter skin in order to make enough vitamin D to not get rickets to live further north.
So that's not the one. I'm going to go to my 5-day comment number 144. So for those of you that that are on here, you should be on my YouTube channel. You should be subscribing to my YouTube channel and watching the videos, especially the 5-day comments, because those are the ones that I have. I'll be reinstituting those in a period of, be doing those shortly, getting back to doing the 5-day comments again. Let's see here. This was the one here. Where is it? 5-day comment, and I'll put the link in the chat as well. And for, like I said, this is all fair game. You can see why they were blocking me from doing that. Even, okay, there we go. So I want to play this one. And then the girl on Dr. Phil, that was hilarious. And you know you're not black, you know you're not white, you know that, right, Dr. Phil? Okay, so let's click on this one. I'll put the link here in the chat. There we go.
This was remarkable.
Took it down, doesn't really make sense. This is 5-day comment number 148. So this is Dr. Keith Chang from Penn State University talking about finding out that Asians and Caucasians are mutations. I think he used the word darker skinned races. And Professor Jin Lee said Africans. We go to their demographic makeup of the institutional members outside of the United States, because of course, Dr. Keith Chang, now we're getting into science. Here's what he says.
One more important piece of the puzzle was found in 2005, when cancer researcher Keith Chang was studying the black and white stripes of zebrafish.
There are a lot of zebrafish in my laboratory because I'm a geneticist and I study how mutations occur, which is how cancer occurs, and I use pigmentation to detect those mutations. By chance, the light skin colored fish that I use for that research also taught us a lot about how Europeans, how humans became lighter skinned.
What Professor Chang discovered was perhaps one of the most important genetic mutations ever found. A single change among literally billions of coded instructions within zebrafish DNA that reduced black pigment from their stripes. Soon after, this identical genetic mutation was found in fair-skinned Europeans.
There was a magic moment in this research. When I got back the results that showed that the number and the size and the amount of pigment in the light-skinned zebrafish were all diminished, and the same thing happened in humans. When I opened the textbook and saw that same thing, I began to sweat. Not only did light-skinned people evolve from black-skinned people, but lighter-skinned people, whether they're European or whether they're Asian, like me, were actually mutants of the dark-skinned people.
This was remarkable because we had only inferred on the basis of circumstantial evidence that this must have occurred in evolution, but we didn't have any concrete genetic evidence. Now we do.
Oh, much appreciated. Much appreciated. Oh, all right. So as I was saying, going back to the Michael Jordan story, the Chinese should be honoring Africans, people that are dark skinned, because we are their parents. So when the Chinese talk about ancestral worship, or they honor their family, or they honor their ancestors, they are showing by this, they have no honor to us as their ancestors. So if you know that the Asians and the misnomer Caucasians are actually mutations of us, say so, put that in the chat, please. And this, the video that I played proves that the Chinese or the Asians have a hard time acknowledging that they come from us, just like the lepers have a hard time acknowledging that they come from us. So we have to tell them that they are mutations. That's science. That isn't us. That isn't hate. That's what it means. So we go to the etymology. So we got the etymology online here, and I'm going to put in mutation. While that's coming up, I'm going to pull out, I have Dorland's Pocket Medical Dictionary here. So I'm going to look up the word mutation. Mutation. This is on page 412 of the book of the Dorland's Pocket Medical Dictionary. Change, especially an alteration in a gene, which produces a change in later generations of the organism. Chromosomal mutation is one accompanied by a visible change in the structure of the chromosome. An induced mutation is a genetic mutation caused by external factors, experimentally or accidentally produced. A point mutation, one not accompanied by a visible change in the structure of the chromosome and presumably occurring at the molecular level. A somatic mutation is a genetic mutation occurring in a somatic cell, providing the basis for a mosaic condition. And the nurse that I had spoke with, when I asked her, well, is it a mutation? The word mutation is not considered a positive word in the medical field. So he just said that the mutations that they are Asians and lepers are suffering, people with lighter skin, that is their problem. But they come from us. They're a mutation of us. So as such, we are their parents. Got to tell them. Now, the etymology of the word mutation is from the late 14th century. Mutation, action or process of changing, from Old French mutation from the 13th century, and directly from the Latin mutationem, nominative mutatio, a changing, alteration, a turn for the worse. So for all the lawsuits that Michael Jordan went and did, the Chinese know they're a mutation, and they're like, we can't give it to you. We won't give it to you. So they won't bend the knee and accept the fact that they come from us. So we have to start telling them they're a mutation. If they're not copper colored, they're not carbonated, they're a mutation. This, yes, affects business, affects stocks, bonds, it affects investments, research, all of that. Tough. This is science. Andrew Diaz, you had a question. Please turn your microphone, your video on. Oh, I don't answer questions for people who don't turn their videos on, Andrew Diaz. So if you can't turn it on now, then we'll do this another time as far as your question's concerned. So this is what it is. So we have to call these Asians and these lepers exactly what they are, mutations. Oh, you mean you're a mutation? And you use Dr. Keith Chang as your evidence. He said it. You use Dr. or Professor Jin Lee. I couldn't play it because you know how they're going to do. But for those of you that were recording on your end, you should not have a problem. It's just because I'm up in Northern Turtle Island, which they corporately call Canada. They're going to give me a hassle. I couldn't even play it, as some of you may have seen. I was trying to play it on my email. They wouldn't even let me play it on my email. So they blocked that video. So that Professor Jinli video, that's the video that you have to start telling these people. They're not copper colored, they're not carbon nuboon, they're not carbonite, they're not any of those things. That's it, they're a mutation. All right, so let me just check the Amenhotep, yes, this is the link. Okay, yes, I want to see this. This is major. So this is why I kept looking at the leaders. Where's Amenhotep? You there? Turn your mic on, your camera on. This is why, yes, this is why I could never comprehend. I said, why do these leaders all, like, it was like I'm looking at them, they're saying it serious, and something is wrong, and I'm not seeing the emotion connected to a pandemic. You get where I'm saying?
Correct. Correct.
I'm seeing this very monotone. Oh, you know, we got to social distance. We've got to do this. Come on, you got to wear your mask. Da 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 da. And I'm like, nah, something's not right here. Did you tag me on Facebook?
I did. I just did.
Okay, so okay, here it is. There we go. So this means that the World Bank COVID plan, I'm gonna pull that up while this is coming up, that because they're telling people already that things aren't gonna go back to normal even if they get the vaccine. So this is a 5-year plan for them.
It never.
And so what, say that again?
It will never go back to normal. Change the
No, it isn't. The damage is done.
Yeah.
The damage is done. So I'm telling people, you better, if you didn't get an altar up or don't have an altar up, you better get an altar up. Right? What I liked about the video with Catherine was the fact she said that Haiti was too strong. Haiti was doing Vodun. Yeah. That's how they beat Napoleon. So I'm telling everybody, whatever your lineage is, you better start practicing that. I'm telling you that right now. And the fact that Haiti was able to do it, not having the technology that Napoleon did, is a confession that the spiritual realm can help us win this.
It definitely
not
will.
this. Say that again.
It definitely will.
Because for her as a researcher to say, oh, well, how was Haiti too strong? She couldn't say, she just said they were too strong. So that meant that the Haitians were stronger than the so-called African Americans, that the Haitians in an island which was small was able to throw it off, but they couldn't throw slavery off in a state. Ooh, that don't make you African Americans look good. That makes y'all look weak.
And Haiti was not fighting physically, was not a physical fight. Because they couldn't be the Europeans or the French physically. Or they did
say
fight.
That again?
Haiti didn't fight physically. Their fight was spiritually.
The spiritual was the blueprint for what was done physically.
All right.
That's how you start off there. Before you can make a piano,
you have to pretend this guy.
Anything, before you make anything, you have to have what? A blueprint.
Correct.
If you don't have a blueprint, even if it's in your own mind, it's still a blueprint because you have a vision of what you're looking, of what you want to have manifest.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, here we go. Exposed. When was this article? World Bank coronavirus aid comes with conditions for imposing extreme lockdown, reveals Belarus president. Ooh, this was July 27th. Okay. So let's keep an eye on Belarus to see if anything happens to him. Huge foreign loans are given to sovereign nations by the World Bank, IMF, and the likes. But the conditions that come attached to these loans are seldom told by governments to their citizens, because the governments are ones who drive the carriage. The one who's sitting enjoying the ride are the bankers, and the horse or the donkey pulling the carriage is the people, or the citizens, as they say. A recent case in Belarus has exposed the conditions laid by these agencies for loans being provided for COVID-19. The president of Belarus has exposed that the World Bank coronavirus aid comes with conditions for imposing extreme lockdown measures to model their coronavirus response on that of Italy, and even changes in the economic policies which he refused as being unacceptable. Okay, so I'm going to put that here in the chat so everybody will have that. So this is why I'm saying when Black people or people who call themselves minorities, which means they're saying they're children even if they're 30 years old, they don't have a voice, because the rule book states they have no standing at law. See how I just read this article, Amenhotep, where it said that they're not telling the public.
I will put the that is all the relationship. I will put the whole. I will put the whole article.
No, I'm looking at it right now. I have it on. This is the one you sent me, right?
The one I sent you.
Yeah, this is it.
But there, I will go on this site itself, and you have the whole. It's a long video, you know.
No, I'm just dealing with the link here. People can go and receive it later. But the other one here, which is the aid, comes with the conditions that Belarus has exposed the World Bank coronavirus aid. I clicked on that, so I'm waiting for that to come up first. Or, well, not first, but I'm waiting for it to come up. So additional conditions which do not apply to the financial part are unacceptable for Belarus. Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko said when speaking about external lending during a meeting to discuss the support measures for the real economic sector on the part of the banking system, reported Belarusian Telegraph Agency, or Belta. So Great Game India. So hashtag trust stamp funded by hashtag Bill Gates and implemented by MasterCard and Gavi will soon link your biometric digital identity to your vaccination records for predictive policing. Those who don't wish to be vaccinated may be locked out of system based on trust score. This is July 19th, 2020. So the link is in the chat. Amenhotep, you put that in the chat. And let me see here. I want to shut off from video.
Oh, I see.
And for those that came in and didn't see, we're going to tell you again. The median wealth of Black and Latino Americans will be 0 by 2053. Okay, so let's see here. This looks like this is the same one. Okay, okay, there we go. This is the part I wanted. Alexander Lukashenko asked the participants of the meeting how things were with the provision of foreign credit assistance to Belarus. What are our partners' requirements? It was announced that they can provide Belarus with $940 million in so-called rapid financing. How are things here? The head of state inquired. At the same time, he stressed that additional conditions which do not apply to the financial part are unacceptable for the country. We hear the demands, for example, to monitor our coronavirus response on that of Italy. I do not want to see the Italian situation to repeat in Belarus. We have our own country and our own situation, the president said. According to the president, the World Bank has shown interest in Belarus's coronavirus response practices. It is ready to fund us 10 times more than it offered initially as a token of commendation for our efficient fight against this virus. The World Bank has even asked the healthcare ministry to share the experience. Meanwhile, the IMF continues to demand from us quarantine measures, isolation, or curfew. This is nonsense. We will not dance to anyone's tune, said the president. Belarus is one of the only European countries that has not implemented strict coronavirus containment measures. The no restriction situation is such that even the non-essential services remain open. The Football League of Belarus is still being played. The only restriction kind of step that Belarus took till now is that the school holidays have been extended. Indian doctor with contrary view on coronavirus prefers not to wear masks while examining patients. Wearing masks for over 20 minutes in temperatures above 18 degrees Celsius can lead to an increase in carbon dioxide load on human body, resulting in breathing difficulty. Because that's not what I'm seeing here. What you gave me is not what the other article was, but I've put this one here. It should be in the chat. And then there's an article here. Bill Gates offered $10 million bribe for forced vaccination in Nigeria. See, and this was May 16th. A controversy has erupted in Nigeria whereby it is alleged that Bill Gates offered $10 million bribe for forced vaccination in Nigeria. See, in a shocking claim, the president of Madagascar has said that the WHO, World Health Organization, I remember this one, offered $20 million bribe to poison COVID-19 cure. The herbal remedy called COVID-19 organics made from Artemisia can cure coronavirus patients within 10 days, said the president. And that's when the Tanzanian president kicked the World Health Organization out from the country after goat and papaya samples came COVID-19 positive. Days after the Tanzanian move, Burundi also kicked out the World Health Organization coronavirus team from the country for interference in internal matters. Is everybody seeing a pattern here?
Same pattern.
So what this is, what this means, let me just put this in and make sure everyone's got this. This is an excellent link. Much appreciated for this, Amenhotep. So any healing of the planet, any type of let's work together, we all got to do our part. They cannot include us in that if they're going to call us Black or visible minority. Everybody getting that? Because all you're going to be is just you're going to be a gopher, a pawn. You're going to be a worker to just take this box here, move it over there, put this in the van and take the van from here over. That's all you are at that point. So now that we're seeing this pattern, you calling yourself white, American Indian, Indigenous, that screws all of that up. You saw when I had Siri on, she didn't even want to talk to me. For those that were on earlier. So this is what I mean. So when they're doing an interface, this goes back for anybody. I don't care if you're running a business, if you're in a multi-level marketing company, that's not an issue to me. What I'm looking at is that if you are Black doing business and you get damaged or there's a controversy or breach of contract, you're not going to get compensation restitution. You're not going to get remedy, and you have no right to it either, because that's what the rules say. Is everybody clear on that?
Well,
So I don't care if you're selling real estate, if you're a stockbroker, whatever, you can't be doing commerce, calling yourself Black or African American and expecting to be on the same plateau. You're not on the same plane.
I'm not seeing myself, Chief. Are you seeing me?
No, you turn your mic on, or not your mic, your video camera on. There, I just asked you to turn it on.
Not seeing myself at all.
So you got it?
I don't got it yet.
Yeah, you're talking, but I'm not seeing no video. So I'm not. So just yeah, I just clicked on and told you to start your video. So maybe it's a delay or something. So this is what I'm explaining. Okay, here you come. There you go. Great. So this is why the webinar, Calling Yourself White, Knowing Black has no standing at law, and the importance of realizing you're doing commerce and you're living in a commercial world. This is the only remedy. And as we start mentally speaking with each other, we're going to solidify our physical connection of who we are, because that's the great secret. The greatest story ever told was the Jesus story. The second maxim was the greatest trick that the devil ever pulled. That's a tongue twister. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was to convince man that he does not exist. And this third trick is that the mutated peoples, or the mutations on the planet, have gotten the original people to call themselves Black, knowing full well that they are the white and the indigenous on the planet. Clear?
Yes, she shared another question.
Yes, go ahead.
To me, it's common sense that they are telling you to wear a mask, forcing you to wear a mask, and people are willingly going along wearing this mask, knowing that you're going to kill yourself at some point in time.
Robots. That's what did you saw the Rabbi Finkelstein interview, right? You've seen that before?
Sure, yes.
And what did he say? When you own the herd, you got to trim the herd.
Correct.
Just like if you own a backyard, or you have an acreage, or you have some land, if you leave the grass alone, it's going to grow and get wild. So you have to trim it.
And the news reporters, those who are asking, I was listening, I pay attention to what's happening. These news reporters, the questions they ask these prime ministers, these ministers of various offices, you know, like they like the question. Yes, this is a good question. This is a good question. And they're not asking any real questions to these.
They're all part of it. The media, the press, the reporters, they're throwing powder puff questions. They're being told they are professional script readers. There's no skill that they have. What skill do they have? They sit in front of a teleprompter, or they'll have paper in front of them and they read it. That's it. That's all that they have. They don't have anything else. When you see that type of bribery going on, they're desperate. So this confirms what Catherine was saying, that they're desperate and they're fearful of the public. So they're trying to bribe the leaders to get them to go along with this. And now you have some of the African countries saying, nope, 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 nope. So all of this that's being recorded is going to be proof. So everyone can see it. And if they run into any commercial issues or health issues regarding that, they now have the evidence to show that. What was it? World Bank. Okay, here it is. This is the World Bank document that the program is ending in March of 2025, interestingly in spring. All right, so I want to get, so if anybody wants this, just put your email in the chat. There was another email I was supposed to send out, so I need to know, I have to recall which one that was, that people had wanted. So somebody can remind me, please let me know. Andrew, go ahead, you have your hand up. Tauwieret, I'm in, he's up again, Tauwieret.
Rahuat, how you doing, brother?
Chief.
Thank you for the great how you doing, Chief? Thank you for the great question and answer. I'm sorry, but I got my two sons and they
oh, no problem. Hey, what's
they're
up?
driving me crazy.
What's their names?
I spoke to you on the phone the other day. They're Angel and Andrew.
Angel, Andrew, hey Angel, hey Andrew.
Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. They're driving me crazy right now. So I did write my question in there, and I understand the reason why we use the term white and that it does belong to us, etc. It was just more so to do with it's more so to do with the fact of the term white power and how these evil beings kind of stole that from us and the significance of that.
Excellent question. Now let's, I got that on the screen here. As you see at the bottom here, let me just get my pointer so you can see. You're gonna here. What happened here? Oh. U.S. Department of Education. Yeah, I just gotta go back. Somehow the screen went and flipped on me. That's interesting. Just gonna show, okay, here we go. So at the bottom of this, this is the National Center for Education Statistics, otherwise known as the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. So a lot of times people get hung up on the definition, and I spoke the words on the paper on this screen. This is what it means. This is not my definition. This is the U.S. Department of Education. Then there is the National Institute of Health. They have the same race and ethnicity definitions. They use the same race and ethnicity. Let me see if I can pull this up real fast. Okay, so this is race and ethnicity forms worldwide, right? US agencies, England, and the world. So when we go here, you're going to see, I'm going to scroll down here. Which one is, okay, so this was the original one prior. This was the one from 1982. This was the one before the 1997. So back then, what they had for categories, they would have American Indian, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North America and who maintains cultural identification through community recognition or tribal affiliation. That's not the current one. Then when they have categories for use in Puerto Rico, Hispanic, a person of Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Central or South American or other Spanish culture or origin whose official duty station is in Puerto Rico, does not include persons of Portuguese culture or origin, which is interesting. Then they have Y, not Hispanic in Puerto Rico, a person not of Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Central or South American or other Spanish cultures or origin whose official duty station is in Puerto Rico. Now, this is what they called it. This is how they had it. Then they had Black, not of Hispanic or no, Hispanic, yeah. A person of Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Central, South American, or other Spanish cultures or origin, does not include persons of Portuguese culture or origin, which is interesting. Black, not of Hispanic origin, was a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. Does not include persons of Mexican, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Central or South American, or other Spanish cultures or origins. See Hispanic. So right there, this is the old one. This is not the new one, but this just goes to show you the change.
Right.
So now when we go down here, which one is this here? This is Department of Defense, Education and Activity. Questionnaire, race, ethnicity, and home language. What do they have? White, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. American Indian or Alaska Native, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of North and South America, including Central America, and who maintains tribal affiliation or community attachment. And then we're going to scroll down here, Columbia University, voluntary self-identification of race and ethnicity. You have the right to self-identify. Most people don't, but you can. What is your race? And then they give you the definitions again. Right now, note Columbia is where Barack Obama was supposed to have went to college. So keep that in mind, people. Which one is this? Ethnicity form. Let's scroll down. Which one is this? Okay, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, race and ethnic data reporting form. And so they have all the different races here. Again, you see a pattern?
I do. And I definitely understand that. And I agree with that. More so to the second point of my question, where the actual term white power is used.
Yes.
And how white power is mainly a racist term, which they made it that way, of course, but it is what it is, and it's what most people find it synonymous with. You know what I mean? It's if I go outside and I shout that term, most people are gonna think that I identify with one of those organizations that are full of racism. So my question was, being that I do understand that we own that term, would it be possible to probably use another term that has of high significance or high value, just as that term does?
No, white is the highest.
No, not white. The term white power. So power, for example.
White
so maybe,
power. I say white power.
Right.
I was doing a video, and it's on my YouTube channel, where I was sending out people who were graduated, and I said white power right there.
Right.
And this in front of some lepers, and they didn't say anything. They said, "Have a nice day" to me. We got this on video.
No, right. I understand that, but it's more so to our people, how they would look at it.
People? All my people are white. Could you please say that again?
Okay, so more to the people that are still asleep, that we're trying to wake up.
Yes.
Okay, so those people will see that and is automatically going to link them in. I'm sorry.
No,
he's throwing my brainwaves off, but it's automatically gonna make them not see us, but the first image they're gonna see in their mind is a negative picture.
No, no, they won't. Here, I'm glad you get this excellent question. I like your question and what your concern is. Let's see. Kanye West Dixie flag. This website will come up. If you need to mute out, you can mute out.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for now. Then I'll.
Okay. Now, and then we'll go through your feedback here. Now, Kanye West wore the Confederate flag. Let me see if it's here. Okay, so I have to click on the picture. Now, this picture here is Kanye West wearing this flag. Everyone can see this? All right. This goes to show how you got to go to the syntax of the language. Forget what the modern usage is. You go back to the origin of what it originally meant. Let me see, Daily Mail, Daily Beast. This was a video, a picture of Kanye West. I have to remember, what was it? Oh man, I'll have to click on Snopes and hopefully it'll come up. And you see, here's another picture of Kanye West with the Confederate flag around him. And then here it is, he's got a jacket wearing a Confederate flag. Outkast wore the Confederate flag. Let's see. I'll have to see if I can pull this up here. Dixie flag connects to Osiris. Let's see. Because some of the websites I have, you know, when you clear your cache, you lose the sites you were on. And so I got to see if I can find it. And when I saw this website, it blew my mind and I smiled from ear to ear. Here it is, the esoteric symbolism of the Confederate flag. So I'm gonna put this here in the chat. This goes to show you when we're first, Andrew, all symbols are ours. Okay, so the esoteric symbolism of the Confederate flag, part 1. You know the Confederate flag represented slavery in a way. That's my abstract take on what I know about it, he said, according to people. So I made the song New Slaves. This is Kanye West. So I took the Confederate flag and made it my flag. It's my flag. Now, what are you going to do? You know, just going to make this bigger. There we go. Is that much better? Okay, so now, due to the length, depth, and cultural variances on what I am presenting, I'm leaving the background search for you, research to you, the audience. I have to simplify the information for interest and brevity so that I can reach as wide an audience as possible. So let's go into this. The Confederate flag symbolism is about death and resurrection. Are you surprised? Probably not. If you've been with urban intellectuals for some time, you know that we go to great lengths to find origins of knowledge to present to you. In part 3, 4, I will go into the depth of each symbol, pentagrams, X colors, orientation of the symbols, and the origin and use of the symbols. Most importantly, we will uncover and attempt to tie it all together for the current events and all of human history. It is heavy knowledge, but the times call for our receptiveness to higher levels of insight. The dark ages are over, and with knowledge, we will know what it means to be illuminated. So let's see, let's get into this here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you see the symbols here. This is the X here on the pharaoh sarcophagus. We discussed how symbols generate frequencies, how they provoke a response psychologically and physically, and how they are a language of themselves, and questioned why the truth of them would be hidden from us. When I use the term ignorance, please do not take offense to the term. It is simply lack of knowing, which we have all been held to, not knowing and kept in ignorance. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to go to this picture here. So for those of you who got your cameras, you might want to screenshot this or take a picture. This was on Facebook I saw earlier today. And this blew my mind. I meant to show this earlier. This blew my mind, this picture. And the caption had to deal with us reprogramming the matrix and using the proper syntax. I don't think it's on the picture itself. It was, but the comment was there. Sister Ma'at El Mudin had put this up on Facebook. So when I saw this picture, blew my mind. I said, oh, I have to get this picture. So she's using, like you see on TV, where you can actually touch the air and use a computer through the air. I said, what? That is what they call neo they call it Afro future or Afro, what is it? Afro futuristic, right? We'll call it carbonistic, carbon future. That's the type of imagery that we need to see, which reflects the truth. So that picture, that image, you don't see a lot of, you know, copper colored people in space and sci-fi. They limit that. because we're already eternal. So that picture blew my mind. I was like, I got that. I got to print that and put that up near my altar. Just going back to the picture here. So now, symbols. You see Michael Jackson here. This is it. By symbols, men have ever sought to communicate to each other those thoughts which transcend the limitations of language. That's what our ancestors did in Egypt, Tauwieret. Not only Egypt over there, but here, because they got pyramids in the Grand Canyon and they cut that off to the public because they don't want the public knowing that there's pyramids in the Grand Canyon. The mysteries thus chose symbolism as a far more ingenious and ideal method of preserving their transcendental knowledge. In a single figure, a symbol may both reveal and conceal. For to the wise, the subject of the symbol is obvious, while to the ignorant, the figure remains inscrutable. Michael Jackson said what? This is it. Like you've never seen him before, and that will be it. Hence, he who seeks to unveil the secret doctrine of antiquity must search for that doctrine, not upon the open pages of books which might fall into the hands of the unworthy, but in the place where it was originally concealed. So that's why I keep saying we got to go back to the language of your oppressor and go to the source. You're not going to get freedom using the modern definitions of your oppressor's language. You can forget that. I use the quotes of Western philosophers on what is called mystery teachings for insight. But as always, we have to go to the source of this ancient knowledge, Africa. Before we examine the symbol meanings, we have to break down why the ancestors used mythology and symbolism. So I'm going to scroll down here. You'll have this. You'll go back and look at the words and receive them. Let's see here. Confederate and American flag symbolism and the star system Sirius. So you can see the picture here. The Sirius star system was astronomically the foundation of the entire Egyptian and subsequently Dogon religious systems. Its celestial movements determined the Egyptian calendar. Its heliacal rising marked the beginning of the Egyptian year and roughly coincided, get my pointer here, coincided with the flooding of the Nile. Sirius is a first magnitude star that is 40 times brighter than the sun and is considered by the ancients as the star that rules all African people. Okay, might as well read that. For 70 days from May to midsummer, Sirius cannot be viewed. Astronomically, it is between July 2nd to the 5th that Sirius aligns directly with the sun and earth. Sirius is considered the sun behind the sun. It and the sun are in conjunction such that the sun's bright light blocks the visibility of Sirius. When the star and sun are separated for the first time in 70 days, Sirius can be seen on the horizon before dawn, hence the title as the Eastern Star. The ancients also believed that the brain can receive more etheric energy than at any other point in the revolution of the earth on July 4th. Is it coincidental that America was founded on the date July 4th, 1776? Novus Ordo Seclorum, New World Order, the statement found on the money, refers to the destruction of the carbon-based world order through white supremacist imperialist conquest beginning in 1776 based on the Sons of Light Bavarian Illuminati. The goal appearing to be a world based on technological dominance rather than indigenous knowledge and stewardship. During the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the Sirius star was aligned with the sun and was also in the same alignment during the laying of the cornerstone of the Washington Monument. Members of the Moorish Nation or the NOI may be familiar that Master Fard Muhammad announced the independence of Black people as a nation on July 4th, 1930, based on his knowledge of the serious mystery teachings to wake us up to the system that had hijacked our knowledge and liberty. Is everybody with me? Now, when you see this pyramid here, this pyramid is a symbol of slavery because the capstone is levitating, or it's over the top of the pyramid. It is not, capstones rest on the pyramid. They don't hover or levitate over it. This is the symbol of bondage. It's not our pyramid. That's why on the left side here, let me get my marker here. That's why on the left side here, this is known as a fasces. So this is like a torch, and this is the light. Then when you zoom up underneath, you see dead bodies up at the bottom here underneath the pyramid. That's why Wall Street is built on an African graveyard. That's why they're channeling the dead energy for them to be successful in their commercial affairs. That's the movie National Treasure. The number 13, Stars and Stripes. Let's see here, spotlight, there we go. In the occult science of numerology, it is said that he who understands the number 13 will be given power and dominion. It is a number of upheaval and destruction, a symbol of power which, if wrongly used, will wreak havoc and destruction upon itself. The phrase July the 4th contains 13 letters and the number 4, 1 plus 3, the birth number of the US, July 4th, 1776, which leads us to the real reason why the Masonic founding fathers chose this date as the official birth date of the United States. Solomon's seal has 13 stripes, 13 olive branches, 13 leaves, 13 feathers, 13 arrows, and 13 colonies. The number 13 represents the light of knowledge for the resurrection to be born again. The word pluribus unum, out of many one, has 13 letters, the space included. There are actually 13 constellations and not 12. The Greeks chose to remove one of the original 13 constellations from the zodiac in order to accomplish their desire to have each sign rule for an even 30 degrees of sky, clearly to cover the true knowledge and control time and history. So they selected Ophiuchus/Orion to be eliminated. There were 13 months in the lunar calendar year, but that changed with the introduction to the Gregorian calendar of the Roman Empire. Our calendar is 19 months. The story about Osiris or Osar being cut into 14 pieces and one piece not being found is a story with hidden astronomical, astrological meaning, dealing with the movement of the sun through the 13 zodiac signs and cycles of the solstice through a great year, 26,000 years. I will explain more and relate this to the Sirius in the analysis. On July 4th, the longitude of the sun is 12 degrees Cancer in the heavens. And as stated previously, on this date, the sun conjoins the great star Sirius, whose longitude is 13 degrees Cancer, the red, white, and blue. Now we're getting to the flag. The red, white, and blue in the US and Confederate flags represents the colors emitted by the stars Sirius A, B, and C, as they are varied in stages, as they are in varied stages of evolution, from the white dwarfs giving off whitish blue light and red appearance as noted by astronomers. The colors also correspond to the three colors of our blood cells: white, blue, and red. The United States, Great Britain, and France flag colors derived from the Egyptians, who were aware thousands of years ago that Sirius flashes red, white, and blue light. The Akhminu, stolen and corrupted, is in Washington, D.C.'s 33rd degree Grand Sovereign Scottish Rite temple called the Holy of Holies, is in red, white, and blue. The colors also signify the unification of Upper and Lower Kemet, Egypt, Tauwieret, through spiritual warfare, as Upper and Lower Kemet were polarities. Is it starting to make sense? The black and white warfare occurring here in the United States, North versus South, Civil War, Independence Day. I will show you that the United States was built as a microcosm of Egypt, and humanity is a reflection of the star system that the mystery knowledge teaches is its origin. Understand? So you see here earth, green, red, fire, water, blue, spirit, and air. Let's see here, we could scroll down here. So that red, white, and blue off the flag, off the Confederate flag. There we go. As I mentioned in previous articles, the polar energies are being evoked through frequencies we are responding to. The flags, American, Confederate, and gay pride, are triggering subconscious responses unbeknownst to us. So if the media airs stories that have specific frequencies, such as through unjust occurrences in Texas, Baltimore, or Missouri, and elsewhere, guess how we will respond? The Confederate flag gets removed, and the response will be predictable in those programmed to honor it. So that flag, the Confederate flag, is actually an Egyptian flag. And they are using that knowledge, that energy, to help keep you in bondage. So when we say white power, I know what the definition is. We all know what the definition is. This is not about catering to the people who are asleep. The general rule is 5 minutes. If they don't understand that they're white, forget about it. The people who are the skinheads and all that, they're not saying nothing because they're not the white people. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So it doesn't matter if people are saying, oh, you shouldn't say white power. No, we say it because the definition says by the US Department of Education, white is a person having origins of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. Europe is named after an Ethiopian princess. The Middle East is Northeast Africa, and North Africa, of course, is North Africa. So what they're doing, oh, let's go to race here, since you brought up, that's great. When people talk about race, they're not really going to the etymology of the word. They're talking based on modern usage. So when you type in race and etymology online, we'll go to race, and this will show you what's going on here. Race is not what you think it is, its origin. It's a noun from late Old English, also race, a narrative, an account, circa 1300, an act of swift running, a hurried attack. Also a course of life or conduct, a swift current. From the Old Norse, race, a running, a rush of water. Cognate with Old English, race, a running, a rush, a leap, jump, a storming, an attack. Anything there about skin color? So when you go to race which is the noun, you don't see, what you see here is the 1560s. People descended from a common ancestor, class of persons allied by common ancestry. That took, from French race earlier, raza, race, breed, lineage, family, 16th century. So that took 360 or 1560, yeah, so 260 years, almost 300 years before it changed. So because it changed, Andrew, doesn't mean that the original word doesn't have any validity. People are being given a mutated form of language, and they are communicating using a mutated form of language, not comprehending that the original meaning is something totally different. So this is what we mean by that. So white power is what we say, because that's what it means. Race is talking about water. Rap comes from the dictionary, the vulgar tongue, and that means swearing false oaths. Rapping means a great swinging lie. So when I hear somebody who's a rapper, they're telling me they're a liar. When they say they rap, they swore a false oath. And the false oath is you were supposed to be a rhyme sayer, like Big Daddy Kane, Rakim the hard rhymer. You don't say rap. KRS-One should know better than to be saying rap, since he's supposed to be doing edutainment. And you don't want education, because education is what? Child rearing. Here, let me show you. So all the people who are talking about getting free out of the system, you got to go back, and I just read it, to the origin of the language of your oppressor to know the original meaning. And then from there, you can go further to say, okay, what words should I be using? So look right here, 1530s, education, child rearing. Also, the training of animals. Go to school, get a good education, get a good job. What was it I had to show you? Oh gosh, it was a great, what was that? It was important too. Education, child rearing. Oh, it's gonna come back to me. So, oh yes, Baphomet. Let me see if they have Baphomet in here. So when people see the five-pointed star, okay, Baphomet is name of the idol which the Templars were accused of worshiping, regarded as a corruption of Mahomet or Muhammad, a name which took strange shapes in the Middle Ages. So we'll go to Baphomet and show the picture. Now, this is the picture. Most people who are religious, or most people who've seen it before in the past, freak out, and they like, oh, that's the devil, and get spooked out. Okay, so this is it. I'm gonna go get another one that's with the sigil in the circle. So let me see here. Okay, great, perfect. So most people have seen this sign, and they say this is a sign of the Baphomet. They say, oh, the sign of the devil, right? Now, the reality of this is the previous picture, the other one here that you see with the point, with the moon, the full moon, half moon, and the Baphomet sitting down with the Kundalini energy rising, that was created by Levi. He was an occultist. He created that picture. He created that symbol. People associate that symbol with the devil. They see this picture, they freak. They see this here, this pentagram, they freak. So I went and I started doing research because of some experiences I went through that caused me to go to the dark side. I said, well, if I'm fighting against the dark side, I have to know what the dark side knows, because what I'm using is not going to work. They must know something I don't. So I went and got the book. You can get it online, the Satanic Bible. And as you can see, the pentagram is here. So they talked about the Baphomet. Now it's known as what? The Goat of Mendes. Now there is a city in Egypt called Mendes. So I went and looked up Mendes, and I said, okay, there was a deity, which was a goat of Mendes. Where's that picture? I have it here. I was messing around with that thing I had that picture here in one of my, where did I put that? This is the image that preceded the goat of Mendes. Let's see, where did I put you? Hold on a second here. Let's see, over here. Goat of Mendes. Every time I always keep looking for that sucker. I say, oh yeah, here it is, and then I always forget, and then I always find it afterward. Let's see, where would I put that? Oh, okay, not that one. Okay, I know, it's over here. Just hang on a second, everybody. Yeah, always have that picture. Where did I put you? Well, I have to find him afterward. So anyways, so the goat of Mendes, there was a picture, Egyptian goat of Mendes. Let's see if I can pull it up that way. And this was the deity that preceded the imagery that, what's his name? Okay, I think this is it, or one of them. There we go. Okay, Mendes, Nabed Nemet, where are you at? The Great Mendes still, Egyptian monuments, no. Oh, I know, I have to go in images. Okay, Goat of Mendes, okay. This should be it, go to Mendes. A temple goat, let's see, where are you? Yeah, Eliphas Levi. Okay, so the goat of Mendes was a temple goat utilized in an ancient cult in the city of Mendes, Egypt. Supposedly, the goat copulated with priestesses in certain religious ceremonies. The cult was known for its bestiality, and it may have even been practiced at the inception of Christianity during the reign of the Roman Empire. The practices of the Mendes cult inspired the Christian association of goats with Satan and paganism in general. This idea was especially strong during the Middle Ages, but persists to modern times. The pentagram, a symbol utilized by pagans and Satanists alike, is also something referred to as the goat of Mendes or goat head of Mendes as a result of this association. None of this is factual. The confusion with the ram god of Mendes in Egypt was made by the occultists. Let me start again. None of this is factual. The confusion with the ram god of Mendes, can everyone see this, in Egypt, was made by the occultist Eliphas Levi in his Dogme et Rituel de la Haute Magie in 1855, which has given rise to a flood of fanciful but spurious eclectic connections, such as the Goat of Mendes by the black metal band Acrecock. So Levi created that right there, seeing it right there on Wikipedia. So what I ended up finding out was Hatmihet was the original deity of Mendes, which was a female. She was replaced. She wears a fish on her head, as you can see here. She was replaced. Where are we at here? Come on, where's the good one? The one that's straight out of the Egyptian, okay. Okay, so here you go. So here's some, there we go. There's some carvings here in the wall showing this is Hatmihet. This is another picture of her. So with the fish on her head. There we go. That's what we're talking about now. The Hatmihet, let me go statue. That'll come up. Oh, this one's not coming. They're hiding that one. Okay, Hatmihet. So this is what she looked like, just to give you an idea. She wore a fish on her head. She was the original deity. There's another one with the walls with her over here as Hatmihet. So she was the original deity of Mendes. Then it got changed to the Goat of Mendes, very colorful. I don't know where I put it, but I usually have the card here with them. And from there, it got changed to the picture that we're seeing now. Here we go. Okay, so this is Hatmihet. So now I'm going to stop share screen. This is and it was changed into this Goat of Mendes here. So she ended up being replaced with this. Then this got replaced with the Baphomet. So when you hear or you see that five-pointed star, that Baphomet, that is a leper's interpretation. And by doing that, that's to scare you from going and studying and finding out what the true magic, mystery, and the true knowledge is. So in this satanic Bible, they have what's called the infernal names. So when you look up the infernal names, or as you read them rather, it was funny when I got the book and I'm looking at it and it says Ammon is an infernal name, Egyptian ram-headed god of life and reproduction. Then Baphomet, worshipped by the Templars as symbolic of Satan. Ishtar, Babylonian goddess of fertility. Kali, Hindu, daughter of Shiva, high priestess of the Tuggies. Then Mammon, Aramic god of wealth and profit. Marduk, god of Babylon, god of the city of Babylon. Then I see Nergal, Babylonian god of Hades. Who was the other one here? Sekhmet, Egyptian goddess of vengeance. Set, Egyptian devil. And I'm like, how are these infernal? I said, oh, so they put this to block you, because most Black people and most people on the planet are Christianized. When they see this, they stop And that's your magic symbol. That's your sigil. Then I realized, okay, since that's what they're doing, when you start getting into the language, you can see what's going on, that it's all about us. I have all the Necronomicon. I did some of the rituals in the Necronomicon. I've used the sigils in the Necronomicon. And in there, they have the names Nergal, Enlil, Enki, Anu, and they got the sigils for each one of them. I'm like, what? And I got the holy tablets. I said, oh, so they are using the word, language, spell, magic to get you spooked. So then when you hear the word devil, you get scared. You see the Baphomet, you freak out. Now there's a book I have called, where is it? What's this book called? The Sufis by Idris Shah. There we go. Okay. The Sufis by Idris Shah. This is one of the very first books that I got listening to Bobby Hemmett, studying his stuff. And Bobby Hemmett actually has that lien on the White House. So for those that don't know, I sent that to Bobby Hemmett. These pictures here in the back that you see, the Sa-Auset, I got those directly from Bobby Hemmett. He did mention the lien in one that I did in one of his lectures, but I can't see, I haven't found the lecture. So now, in the book, The Sufis by Idris Shah, on page 355. Hold on a second here. Okay, great. This is on page 255 under the chapter Mysteries in the West, the Head of Wisdom. You with me, Andrew? All right. It will be noted that the word knowledge, understanding here used here is derived from the Arabic FHM root. FHM in turn is used to stand both for FHM and derivatives, meaning knowledge, and FHM and derivatives standing for black, coal man, and so on. The Baphomet, this right here, is none other than the symbol of the completed man, the black head, Negro head, or Turk's head, which appears in heraldry and in English country inn signs, is a crusader substitute word, cant word for this kind of knowledge. So the Knights Templar had that as a symbol representing the completed man, the coal man, the black man. So this is what I'm talking about. You're going to be generating on a different frequency, not the 1600, 1500, or the 1800 definitions that people are using. We're vibrating on the frequency of when it was originally revealed. And so your syntax changes, your language changes because of that. Your vibratory frequency is going to change, because there's people that call that are, they have jobs and whatnot, and they're telling their coworkers who are lepers that they're white, and their coworkers say nothing. You're not going to get in trouble. Nobody's going to beat you. None of that. I've been saying white power. My videos I don't get kicked off of Facebook. I don't get I don't get flagged. None of that stuff, because the first thing I say is the U.S. government says this is the definition of white: a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. For the American Indians, or the people who call themselves red, that's a lie, because there's no such thing as a red Indian, number one. Number two, the original Americans were the Olmecs, right? And I'm just saying, and America was the original definition for America is the copper-colored races found here in the dictionary of the English of the American Dictionary Language of 1828.
Okay.
So this is what we mean. So we say white power.
Right.
And so somebody's gonna, well, what you mean by that? We go on all the social networking and nobody says anything. So
Right.
that means if they're not saying anything, either they do know or they are mentally dead.
Right.
And so therefore they're not the language is not, they're using the language to damage us, to keep us in that constant feedback loop.
Right.
We're using the language to get us out of the constant feedback loop. Overstood?
Right. Overstood. With me, and the reason why it had significance in my mind when I first heard it, is the fact that I understand that you have the 5-minute rule, and I don't have the 5-minute rule. You know, some of these people are really dear to me that I've went down some long paths with. Some of them are blood related. Some of them, they're not blood, but they are blood. You know, so that's the reason why this came into my mind. You know, but I do understand, and I appreciate the facts. I love how you break it down. Definitely overstood. Kanye is a little shaky to me because a lot of people look at him a little crazy, you know, but I understand how he got it, how he's seeing it, and how you broke it down where that flag actually was stolen from us as well. I mean, everything was stolen from us, you know, but
okay.
I appreciate you clarifying that for me.
Yep. And this is what we have to do. We have to set the record straight.
Right.
Right. This is Outkast. Outkast and Big Boy wearing a Confederate flag.
Right.
I mean, I used to watch Dukes of Hazzard. I used to like when they were flying off the gorges and okay, we got to make this big jump, Luke. That was cool to me.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
General Lee. Oh yeah, General Lee. I had no clue about that. But as I know now, they don't have anything that's theirs. It's ours.
Right.
So this is why I see why Kanye West said, okay, I take the flag back. Now what you gonna do? Nobody said anything.
Right.
The Stars and Stripes is the same thing with the Stars and Stripes. Red, white, and blue, right? It was a black woman that stitched that, a slave that stitched that together. Who made the flag? Wasn't that, they didn't come up with that?
I didn't know
this
that.
Is the case.
That's deep.
That's when you look it up. This is a black woman that stitched that flag together. But my point is, at this stage of the game, they're using language to damage you, spells, magic, hypnotism. So you have to use the same thing in order to get out of it. And you're going to offend some people. Some people will distance themselves from you because it's about your vibrant frequency. This is what Don Juan told Carlos Castaneda, how you keep the flyers off of you is by being disciplined.
Right.
And as you become disciplined, the auric field that he stated that is from the floor that will start to rise up over your toes. Then it starts going higher till the point where the flyers don't want to deal with you because you are what? Disciplined. People who, and we tell people before they come on the webinar so they know what they're getting into, friends, family, couples, boyfriend, girlfriend, that people you will be, they will separate from you.
No, I appreciate it, Chief. I do. I understand where it comes from. Thank you for breaking that down. It's something that I'm not used to hearing or seeing, you know what I'm saying? So it's something that'll take some getting used to.
Yep.
For me, but I don't see you any different for saying it. I will not lie, when I first heard it, I was like, what's that? But once it was broken down to me, I was like, okay, I understand. But I still saw it with the connection to where, it is now. And you broke it down in a different light. So that kind of it's understood. I mean, some people going to take it the way they take it. Maybe at the same time, maybe it's just, it could also be a positive because you stand out right away to your people and they're like, yo, what's that? They're going to come ask you a question right away,
Yeah.
So it'll kind of open the venue to start, building.
Well, we'll see. Like
That's
I
the way to look at it,
This is the challenge, and this is why I don't care for Black media, because Black media ain't talking about this. The Black
Right.
radio stations, Power 92.3 in Chicago, Power Hot 97 in New York, they ain't talking about this. They ain't talking about no damn freedom. They fronting.
That's right.
They're not going to talk about this. What's the solution? Because that's what people are saying. Well, what do we do? Call yourself white. And I use Tiffany Haddish as an example because she did a whole stand-up routine, gave everybody the secret. Negroes is still calling themselves Black after all of that. So that means, so it's like, now forget these Black people. They're done. They're toast. I can call them stupid and dumb and foolish and everything, and they will say nothing because I'm saying, who told you you were Black? Who told you you were Latino? Who told you that? The same person you fighting against. Then when you look up the history, oh, it's Borinquen. Oh, that's not, doesn't sound like Puerto Rico. Borinquen was the original name. Oh, okay. Well, then therefore, if you're using what the oppressor told you, he gave you a spell, a word spell. Now you're locked into a frequency and now you can't get out of it. And then, oh, he's Latino. Oh, it's a visible minority. Minority, the legal definition for minority is a child. So when I hear commentators who are Latino, who are Black, African-American going on and say, yeah, for a visible minority, people of color, what the hell do you mean color? No, science says this is normal. Anything that isn't copper colored, it doesn't have any yellow, yellow, brown, tan, or anything is a mutation. We just covered that earlier today. That's science.
Yeah,
so
I've been watching since the beginning.
So when I hear a Black attorney saying minority, person of color, oh, he or she got to honor that contract because she knows he or she's boss is watching them. So now they're not trying to free nobody.
That's crazy.
That same thing with Farrakhan. Farrakhan, I direct messaged him on Twitter. He ain't said nothing. I call out the Nation of Islam. They don't say nothing. They don't call me. Here's my phone number, 587-712-0639. A lot of them is Masons. A lot of them is locked in with the same system they say they fighting against. So I said, when you see stuff like that, you have to say, okay, if you're serious, if people are serious about freedom, this is what it's going to take. And when you recognize a person who's saying they're conscious, woke, and all this, and they're not talking about what I'm talking about, can't talk about it, are uncomfortable, that means they are under the program of their oppressor and can't get out of it, and their oppressor put them in a spell. Make sense? Clear? Are you there? Did they kick you out? Wow, they kicked him out. It was too hot for New York, boy. They cut that connection. It was too hot for the Bronx. Let's see. So last thing I want to do here, and then I want to get to these emails for everybody before we finish here. Oh, chaos theory. Yes. That's what I wanted to show. Okay, this is the chaos theory. And after I do this, then I'm gonna catch up on the emails that people wanted. I wanna do it right now when we're on. And if there's questions come up, I'll answer them as I'm sending the emails. So this is the chaos theory. Now, it really should be darkness and not chaos, because when we go to the etymology of chaos, this is what we're going to get. Is everybody all right? I hope I'm not boring anybody. Okay, I see you snap. I saw the finger snap there. I'm right. I saw your go. No. Okay, chaos is 14th century, gaping void. Empty, immeasurable space. So you can't measure it. From Old French chaos, or directly from the Latin chaos, from Greek chaos, abyss, that which gapes wide open, that which is vast and empty. From Hunwas, from the past intermediate English root, to yawn, gate be wide open. The meaning of utter confusion is circa 1600. So that took 200 years for it to mutate. Now, when you talk about space, what is in space? Nothing. But what is there? Darkness. When you look out in space, as they say at the shadow hour, and it is that that's what it is now, what will you see out there? Stars. Aside from the stars, what else is out there? Darkness. So what is majority in the universe? Darkness. That's what the scientists said. They called it, they put it at, pegged it at about 70% or 76% of the universe is darkness. I put that at 99% darkness, 1% light, and it's really fire. So what we're calling light is actually fire, because antimatter is actually, antimatter, when it's in its state, it's on fire. When you bring it here, you have to keep it separated because it's highly volatile. And once antimatter touches matter, it'll explode. So now, to chaos theory is a branch of mathematics focusing on the study of chaos, dynamical systems whose apparent random states of disorder and irregularities are actually governed by underlying patterns and deterministic laws that are highly sensitive to initial conditions. And so initial condition is called a seed value. Chaos theory is an interdisciplinary theory stating that within the apparent randomness of chaotic complex systems, there are underlying patterns, interconnectedness, constant feedback loops, repetition, self-similarity, fractals, and self-organization. The butterfly effect, an underlying principle of chaos, describes how a small change in one state of a deterministic, non-linear system can result in large differences in a later state, meaning that there is sensitive dependence on initial conditions. A metaphor for this behavior is that a butterfly flapping its wings in Texas can cause a hurricane in China. So, when you have Black people that are an initial condition, and now they're used to calling themselves Black, thinking Black, conducting themselves Black. Now you bring in an initial condition, a variable, which is a small change to say I am white. That changes the macrocosm of the non-linear system of bondage. Did everybody get what I just said? Great, I appreciate that. So they have a system. That's why when you say I am white, you say, oh, this is what a client is. They get scared because of the potential of what you saying I am white can generate by uttering it, repeating it. You create the infrared energy, and the infrared energy goes off into the universe. And then the universe vibrates with that frequency. You change your auric field now. Now you're not acting like a Black person or African American. You are vibrating in line with your natural state, which is in tune and it is within a symbiotic, it's in tune with nature. And so therefore now you are now in your natural state and natural vibratory frequency by merely saying the three magic words, I am white. Because your oppressor has put in a definition to say this is what it means. Now that you have done that, because he's oppressing, you have no control, you have to do commerce under the law of necessity, he put in deliberately, undeliberately, accidentally, and well, can't say that because there's no such thing as mistakes or accidents in the universe. You now have that states, I can say I am white, and he must honor that contract that he created. Otherwise, he validates him being annihilated like a computer program. Just by simply that's it. 3 words, I am white. That's your starting point. And if you watch the movie, for those that watch the movie Get Out, you can see that's how they're doing it. Magic. What did she have? The teacup, the teaspoon. And then when he broke out of the basement, she was there, he was there, and she had to hurry up and she was trying to get to the teacup before him. He had to get to the cup before her, because she knew as soon as she tapped that, boom, he would have been back under hypnotic spell. So that is the reason why only certain people are going to comprehend what we're doing. The elite are using your magic against you. I'm using our magic for my benefit. I'm showing y'all you can use it for your benefit. So that's all our knowledge that they are using. And so that's why 32 people here, I think we had about 34, up to 34, 35 people. Out of all the people that we talked to, many are called, few are chosen. I'm not seeking 100,000 people, 2 million people, because most of the people ain't gonna be able to make those type of sacrifices. And you have to live a spiritual life. So you have to incorporate spirituality in everything that you do. That's what our ancestors did, because they understood the spiritual realm was more real. What did they tell you? When you go to sleep, the dream world is more real than this world. Some of y'all wake up, oh gosh, I want to go back to sleep. Why? Because you want to go back to that world. You're like, damn, I got to wake up. I got to get out the bed. Pasha, go ahead.
Maku, yes, thank you. I wanted to share with the power of the aura of what you spoke upon just recently. Well, I'm in the process, again, for the 3rd time of correcting my status. My brother, whom I am with, and his mate now, Nanya and Sa-Auset, I was able to experience this power or aura that occurred outside with them. Approximately a couple of days ago, something had happened within the public. And being that Nadi, my brother is, he's forwarding and is in this nation, I witnessed the power of this change and the dynamics of how should I say this? Basically, something had happened to the point where we were being, or he was being messed with out in the public for not wearing his mask. Mm-hmm. And he's been dealing with this for a while, I presume, with these companies. And for the first time, I got to witness the power of his knowledge and him stating his claim as Indigenous. And I recall as there was it caused a lot of ruckus, or shall I say, there's a big moment. It was full. I could feel the energy within the area we were in. Yeah. It was only 4 of us though, which was interesting, and we were in public. And I recall the knowledge that he was conveying, the power of the aura that was covering us. And I recall, like I said to him, as Sa-Auset, when we walked out to go outside, I didn't at first, for the fact that like I said, I'm going through my process. I am claiming myself as a white woman, as far as though going through the process, I'm not finished. So I can't claim, or I can't claim within myself, but I can't claim it as far as being within the nation. Yet I kept saying to Sisha and my brother, the aura felt like I was in a bubble. It was just the four of us, and as if we moved as untouchables. And I just thought that was the most amazing feeling ever. For the fact it wasn't out of anger. And even though those people around us wanted to be angry, or there was just an energy that was disagreeable, really, to be honest. And even as far as myself, for that I don't know, I wanted to do Black shit, really spit like, what, you know, like a pop off. Yet I saw that that wasn't what this was about. And when I realized and I saw the way to move, the aura that kicked in, it's so inexplainable. And you brought that up right now that I just wanted to share, for the fact that that was so truthful to me, and for you sharing it with it was just astounding, as far as me knowing that the movement is very true and it has to happen. And
yes,
I'm excited to be a part of it. Basically,
it's hard. It really is difficult sometimes to explain that to people, because they say, no, I can't say white power. I can't say, and I'm telling them, I'm like, listen, I say that around Amorites on the phone deliberately for them to say something. They say nothing. And I know they heard me. Because the point is, you all have to tell these lepers they're lepers. Even with the video that I played, when everybody watches it, from what's her name? Catherine
Fitz.
No, it's Catherine Fitz. Catherine Fitz. I think it's Fitz is the last. Let me see here. Oh, now you got to refresh.
TTS, I want to say.
Yeah, it's gonna come out. Just give it to everybody again. It's just refreshing. So when I saw that, and how she was talking about, you know, we got to do this, and this is what they're doing, and we have to stop it, and everybody can stop it. They're still not telling Black people that they have no standing at law and should stop calling themselves Black. So that's not a full-scale remedy. It's not a solution. What it tells me again is it's a solution for who? For them. Oh, which reminds me, I almost forgot. Can't finish off without saying this. This book here, if you can get it, this is The African Origins of Biological Psychiatry.
The problem is they've used massive voter fraud to do it, but they've used the fraud in a way that is obvious that the fraud is off the chart.
Okay, yeah, Fitz. So Catherine Austin Fitz is her name. So in this book here, if you can get your hands on African Origins of Biological Psychiatry, if you can get it on page, well, yeah, give or take page 61. The theory of color confrontation states that the white or color deficient Europeans responded psychologically with a profound sense of numerical inadequacy. Wasn't the word numerical used in chaos theory? You there?
Yes.
Wasn't the word numerical used in the chaos theory that I read on Wikipedia?
Yes.
So the theory of color confrontation states that the white or color deficient Europeans responded psychologically with a profound sense of numerical inadequacy and color inferiority upon their confrontations with a massive majority of the world's people, all of whom possessed varying degrees of color producing capacity. This psychological response, be it described as conscious or unconscious, was one of deeply sensed inadequacy that struck a blow at the most fundamental part of their being, their external appearance. as might be anticipated in terms of modern psychological theories, an uncontrollable sense of hostility and aggression developed and continued to manifest throughout the entire historical epoch of mass confrontations of whites with people of color. The initial defense of hostility and aggression came from whites and is recorded in innumerable diaries, journals, and books written by whites. We'll say lepers, that's the correct syntax. It is a matter of record only that after long periods of great abuse have non-lepers responded defensively with any form of counterattack. This phenomenal psychological reaction of lepers, they have whites here, has been directed towards all people with the capacity to produce melanin, we put carbon, skin pigments. However, the most profound aggressions have been directed towards, they have black, we would say white, non-leper people who have the greatest color potential and therefore are the most envied and the most feared in genetic competition. Rawat? Rawat? Huh? Talk? You want to come down? Okay, tell Kimap you want to come down. Bye. That's our daughter, only 2 years old, knows how to use the phone, knows how to use the apps, calling people already. 2 years old.
Beautiful.
Where were we? Okay.
Way down.
The initial psychological, okay. So genetic competition. So there is a genetic competition on the planet. Black people can accept that. They can go hug their pale Jesus all they want. He's still going to do them in the end. The sense of numerical inadequacy and genetic color inferiority led to a number of interesting, although devastating to all non-white peoples, psychological defensive mechanism. The initial psychological defense maneuver was the repression of the initially felt thought or sense of inadequacy being without color, and of secondary importance being in deficient numbers, both of which were apparently painful awareness. This primary ego defense repression was then reinforced by a host of other defensive mechanisms. One of the most important was a, quote, reaction formation response, whose aim was to convert at the psychological level something that was desired and envied, skin color, which was wholly unattainable, into something that is discredited and despised. The whites, correct syntax is the lepers, desiring to have skin color, but not being able to achieve this end on their own, set in effect, consciously or unconsciously, that skin color was disgusting to them and began attributing negative qualities to color, and especially to the most intense state of skin color, blackness, in this case, we would say whiteness. Another psychological defense maneuver utilized by lepers, misnomer whites, is projection. Feeling extreme hostility and hate towards non-lepers, misnomer non-whites, lepers, misnomer whites, began the pattern of stating that non-whites, non-whites, correct syntax is non-lepers, or people with skin color, copper, carbonites, Nubians, hated them. In many instances, this mechanism has served to mitigate the guilt whites occasionally feel, lepers occasionally feel, for constantly feeling the need to aggress against black, misnomer black, correct syntax, white / copper / Nubunin, and other non-leper peoples. So when they see you, they can't control themselves because you are a physical representation of the darkness that is out in the universe. Notice I use the word darkness and not black.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't handle it. They can't handle it. So this is what we're talking about. So you have to tell them, just like she said in her video, you got to tell these lepers, I know you're a leper. I know you're a Canaanite. I know you're a Heka, Chasut, or Hyksos. I know you're an Amorite. That's how you deal with that. You don't sit there and say, oh, I'm the Caucasian. I'm the Native American. That's who I am. That's how you deal with it. And also, we have a responsibility to change the imagery, the symbol. Remember, I was just reading, talked about symbols with the Confederate flag. This picture right here with this woman, this is, man, I got to print this off and put this. This is what they cannot stand. And Russia's got a copper-colored white female from space. They got her in one of their underground bunkers, but her body was frozen in space, in a ship or in a pod. And they found it out in space and they got it down. So I'm sure they're probably going to try to clone her to see if they could try and get, if she can connect to her memory of what happened, how she ended up frozen in space.
Space, I got goosebumps throughout my body. Understood.
So this is what we have to do. We can change the imagery on Facebook. We can force BET to stop calling themselves BET. We can out all these black boule, gay boule. We can force all of them, but you have to change that. That's why I don't think because you do a meme, it doesn't have an effect. What did it say? A butterfly's wings flaps its wings in Texas can cause a hurricane in China. So by saying I am white, imagine the damage you all are doing. And if you keep repeating that, I am white, I am white, I am white, I am white, because the definition is already encoded in the word from the US corporation, a person having origins in any of the original peoples of Europe, the Middle East, or North Africa. And there was a video, I think it was World Star, where this woman looked like she was going to call the police. And these black guys was joking, saying that they're white. Just leave us white people alone. As she walked away, I said, they didn't even realize by doing that, they did magic on the woman right there. Because she's saying, they're saying they're white.
Yes.
But it's so hard. When I hear people who are entertainers that can call themselves the devil, savage, call themselves a beast, but they can't say I am white, nah, then you ain't about freedom. You're bought and paid for.
Yes, gestures to the world, basically. Yes.
Exactly.
Good. Give thanks, Marku. Appreciative. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. All right. So the ones who wanted the Professor Jin Lee, I'm sending that right now. Please confirm. And if you didn't get it, let me know. Was there anything else anybody wanted before we say Nefir Ushat? Oh, the book is African Origins of Biological Psychiatry. This is for Imrat Allah. This is the book. Now you're gonna have a hard time getting it on, because as soon as I started telling people to get this book, all of a sudden that book disappeared. You might be able to get the orange cover. That might be the only one you can get. This is the book here. Let me just stop sharing my screen, put it up full size. This is the book here. This is by Dr. Richard King. And it's the same thing with the people who call themselves black, who write these black books. They gotta stop using the word black. It means pale, bleach, glisten, shine, brightness. So you might be able to get the book that's an orange cover. This one is the second edition that I have. There's another one that's a third edition, if you can get it. And the other book to get, if you can get your hands on it, is Black Skin, White Mask by Frantz Fanon. Let me see here. Oh yeah, I got to read before we go from the Holy Tablets. I have to, before we quit. Just probably do a page, if I can recall where we leave off at. Let's see here. Yeah, we're still in chapter 15, the Christians chapter. Let's see where we leave off at. Okay. No, I'm going to read something else. No, I'll read. Beautiful. So we'll start at chapter 3, which should be this is the scientist chapter. I'll read from that. Okay, tablet 5. Yeah, so let's read, okay, alien, okay. Yeah, so, okay, so you are, oh yeah, this is perfect. Just bear with me a second, everyone. I just want to pull this quote out here. This is a perfect quote I want to use. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so we'll go beautiful. Page 258. So this will be chapter 3, tablet 3, which is the scientist chapter, page 258 of the Holy Tablets. So I'll start off at verse 149. Tinta. The physical appearance of the Aryan, the Sanskrit word meaning noble, is the albino who lived in the Caucasus or Caucasian Mountains. 150, which is a region between the Black Sea on the west and the Caspian Sea on the east. 151, a great mountain range which raises to 18,510 feet at Mount Elbrus. 152, from the word abras, meaning leprosy in Ashuric and Saruth in Nuwabic. 153, Caucasia, a part of Russia, has an area of 170,000 square miles. 154, the Greeks named it Caucasia, which is the home of the Flugerods, as they are called in Elmani, or what is called Germany today, and their original name is Halabians or Hulub, which is to distinguish themselves from the descendants of Libana, Canaan, or Kinaan, the Caucasians. 155, carcass Asian, Caucasian, deteriorating Asiatics. 156, Elbrus, or home of those Abras beings, lepers of the mountains, are also called the sons of Canaan. 157, thus the term abracadabra, a mystical word, as used in incantations or as a charm to ward off disease. 158, originally said abras cadaver, used to mean the bodies of lepers. 159, the sons of Canaan are those of which the tribe Amorite, meaning mountain dwellers, comes from. So we'll skip on to the next page and then go down to verse 176. The war between the man called the Black Man, the East Indian, and the man called White, the Pale Man or European, is not your war, Nuwabian. 177. It is a war between man and mankind, yet you are deities, you are more than men. But if you want to be black, you'll die like a man. All right, so that's it for that one. And then we'll go to page 14. Since the US government has 180 days to give disclosure, but it's not going to be to the public. They're not going to tell the public about the extraterrestrials. That's just for their intelligence because of all the IFOs that people are seeing now. So this is chapter 1, tablet 2. We'll start at verse 27. This is on page 14 of the tablets. So this is what I mean when I say these Amorites have to start, because she said come clean in the video. They have to start telling you all, we know you all are the deities. We know you're our parents. If they're not going to do that, they're not trying to fix nothing. They're trying to reboot another plantation. Let's see here. 27, Leviathan, the serpent people, one of the reptilian seeds, or the Luciferians, have been trying to gain control over this planet for many thousands of Earth years. They are called the sex spirit force, also called porne. They are able to seduce and deceive all those with desires on Earth, turning lust to luster, thereby attracting and controlling all with it, as Nikeba was seduced by the Leviathan powers of lust. It is the death of divinity and the birth of mortality. 29, that's why the Intergalactic Confederation quarantined the planet. If enough entities were looking for freedom from the control of the Luciferians, the Intergalactic Confederation would remove these forces from the Earth. 30, yet humans love to lust and lust to love, expressing energy and motion, overexerting their emotions, bringing about their spiritual death. 31, there's a group called the Satanists who are not the same as the Luciferians. Their other names are the Divines or Nachashites or Chanas. 32, these Satanists are more sadistic than the Luciferians, whose leader was Lucifer, also called Natas, which is simply Satan spelled backwards. They are also called Shayatinihim. 33, they have supplanted themselves in every facet of life that you can think of, and now they have you naming yourselves after them. 34, the Satanists seek mind control and dominance, while the Luciferians seek to control the energies of others. They are best described as vampires who draw energy from others, also called Dracula, Dragos, or serpent dragons, called Leviathans. 35, these Luciferians are from a planet called Maldek, the 11th planet. This planet called Earth even has Luciferians and Yahwehans, and some of them are disagreeable Elohim. They don't usually work together, however, they will come together if there are common interests. This is what we're dealing with. So the distractions from the political, that's one level. This is the top dog level. All right, so I've sent the email out for the people who wanted the Professor Jin Lee, the link to the, where is it here? Somebody wanted the link to the article with Kanye West wearing the Confederate flag and all that information. I'm putting that in the chat for everyone. Oh, Amenhotep, a completed man is us. That's what the completed man is. That's why they worship us. That's why the church worships us in silence. That's why the Shriners and the Masons worship us in their temples and lodges. That's why in Jerusalem is the body of Saint Isa, but you can't get there unless you get permission from the Vatican, and they stamp your passport to allow you to see that it's a dark-skinned, curly-haired man that's in the body in the temple in Jerusalem. So they worship us, but they have you worshiping them. All right, so I put that in there, and I think that is it. Kaunabo, Ankh, you want the Professor Jin Lee, that's fine. Let's see. Oh, white. So what I will do is I'll send you that Kaonabo. Just let me just send it to you right now. And so that's it. So again, for those people who are recording, please put it up on your YouTube channel. Send me the link, and I'll see what happens, because that Professor Jin Lee link is the biggest problem. They do not want y'all knowing about that, because now you screw up the whole medical system. The whole medical system is messed up over that video. Educational system is messed up, everything. And you have to call them lepers. Yes, they are mutants. That's their words. They're mutation. They're not original. And you do have people who are Asian, but they are in the country. They're dark skinned. They don't show them. They show someone like him, right, or Jet Li, but they won't show the real people who live out in the countries in Asia who are dark skinned, right? The eyes is not, the slant eyes is not a Chinese attribute. That comes from us. All right, so I appreciate everybody. Oh, Bayren, the Urim and Thummim book. Just hold on a second here. Urim. Okay, this is the book of Urim and Thummim. This should be it here. So I'm sending you the Urim and Thummim, Bayren. And you can make the Urim if you have a saw, or if you have a table saw at home, you can make them out of wood. So if you, because it's you can make them out of plaster Paris, but if not, you can make them out of wood. You know, make them like little squares, or more, not square, but rectangular. All right, so that's sent. Let me see here. Is that it? All white. So I think that is it. So I appreciate everyone being the mutants are where they're at, Ashachak. So everyone have a great shadow hour. I appreciate everybody being here. Stay in touch with us. We do have, like I said, we got Ash. We have hoodies that'll be coming out shortly. They'll be, should be up in about a week or two. We'll be having that. And again, make sure that you get your altar. You go to your altar, go to the spirit realm, start first. That's where you start first. Set your altar up specifically for offerings. You can put other items there to enhance the strength of your altar, but that's essentially what you're going to be doing. I am Ra'at Allah. Did you have a question? Because I see you turn your mic on.
No, I got a message that said the host is requesting me to turn my mic off, to unmute myself.
Oh, that must have been from when we spoke before.
Oh, well, no, thank you.
You're quite welcome. A clean spirit.
Yes, Chief. A couple of questions about the ash. When I originally received it the first time, I boiled it in the pot and I put it into a plastic jug, my plastic jug that I usually drink out of.
No plastic.
So that's what I wanted to clarify, because on my last instructions, it said a copper container or a metal container.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
all right.
no plastic. Don't drink out of plastic. That's an endocrine disruptor.
Okay, so I need a metal one. All right.
Yeah, get
Even
yourself,
if it's BPA free?
if it says BPA free, then yes, and make sure
all right.
it's like for legit free, BPA free.
All right. So if I do have it, so once I boil it in my pot, if I have the BPA free container, I can still pour it in there and not have to worry about doing a copper one or another one. All right.
Correct. And if you can't get a BPA, you can get one of those metal thermoses.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so that's it, everyone. So I trust everybody is fully enjoyed. We will have, you know, I'll have my version up, but for those of you that's recording, definitely put yours up on, publish it. We'll see if they're going to give you all a problem with that Professor Jin Lee video, because I usually have a lot of problems. I can never put a video up with that video in there, with that clip in there. They always complain, and YouTube always flags it. So other than that, that's great. So appreciate everybody. I trust everybody is thoroughly intellectually satisfied for at least for this time until we do the next one. I don't know when I'll do the next one. So this is great. So everyone have a great shadow hour. I appreciate everyone coming out. I am white, stay indigenous, stay autochthonous. Abyud Gadur, Abyud Gadur, Abyud Gadur. White power, white power, white power.
Have a great shadow evening.